breakfast, lads, or being done. Anybody else?
YouTube as well. Message from Nick.
Dive through, but I'm just wondering if I got the right one in it. Let's have a look, see. Although it might not.
And there was a brief period then there was some other radio station, and I'm not sure who it was. That very old chap used to turn up late all the time, you know.
Oh, yes, I know it.
Streams up, everything's up, smashing. Coffee to hand, everything's switched on. Jaffa cakes to hand. Give me a shout when you want to.
Stream that shit?
Yep.
Yeah, whenever.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Royal London Cup one-day game between Leicestershire and Glamorgan. Brought to you BBC Radio Leicester, BBC Radio Wales, of course. Myself, Richard Ray, for the former, and the great Eddie Bevan, I'm delighted to say, alongside me for the latter. The news from the middle is that Leicestershire won the toss and have chosen to bowl first. And the Leicestershire side, I can give you, is Rehan Ahmed, Ed Barnes, Will Davis, Sam Evans, Gavin Griffiths having a game, Lewis Hill, the captain, Louis Kimber, Aaron Lilly, Rishi Patel, George Rhodes and Harry Swindle. So no place in the starting 11 from the squad, that is, for Abby Sikandar and Scott Steele. Eddie, good morning.
Good morning, and nice to be back at this ground. It really is a splendid ground. I think it's one of the biggest grounds playing-wise in the country, next to the Oval. Yeah, it's good to be back. It's a cloudy morning. It was beautiful this morning around 7 o'clock, but it has clouded over. Now, there is a threat of rain, so I'm told, but it might stay away until early evening. Who knows? But the play about to start on time. And Glamorgan's openers are out there in the middle. Hamish Rutherford, who played so well the other day for his 58, and Nick Selman. And Glamorgan sitting high, pretty and high at the moment. They're top of the championship. And if they do manage to win the next game or two, they will be assured of a place in the playoffs. But who knows? In this game, it's the pitch from here looks a pretty good one. There's a little bit of green, but I suspect, Richard, that Leicestershire are feeling because of that threat of rain and know what they have to get under the Duckworth-Lewis system.
It is a possibility. The pitches have been pretty good here this season. We've had games 300 have played 300, and it's a possibility with the outfield as quick as it is to get up at around that sort of level. Hamish Rutherford and Nick Selman, the two opening batsmen out there, and it's going to be Ed Barnes opening the bowling for the Foxes from the pavilion end. In he goes and bowls to Rutherford outside off stump, and that one rather dies through into the gloves of Harry Swindles behind the stumps. No real pace off the pitch there. The two umpires are Nick Cook, as ever was, and Paul Baldwin, so a lot of experience.
And there is one change I forgot to give you in the Glamorgan side that beat Surrey so convincingly the other day. And James Wheel, the pace bowler, comes in for the medium pace bowler, Andrew Corvin. So first game in the competition for Wheel.
James, a familiar face to us at Leicestershire. Well, briefly. In goes Barnes, bowls to Rutherford. Good length, and Rutherford is studiously forward, watching the ball carefully. Hits quite high up on the bat as he drops it out into the offside. A little bit more there for Barnes, the young Yorkshireman. Updates for BBC Radio Leicester into the news every half an hour, just to warn those listening on BBC Radio Wales. And here comes the very first. It's not too bad, a little bit cloudy, but fingers crossed we are going to stay dry today. The Foxes have won the toss and chosen to bowl first. Glamorgan top of the group and are looking good for a place in the quarterfinals. The Foxes, I'm afraid, bottom, so looking to improve their record. Ed Barnes has opened the bowling for the Foxes. He's just conceded the first single of the game, so Glamorgan, in their very first over, are one without loss.
And Nick Cook has had his first chat with the fielder, as he does,
it won't be his last.
The game.
It won't be his last, as you say. He does. He does. Yeah,
he's at it.
I just wonder if he had a sponsor, whether he could do a sponsored silence or something like that. I just don't think he could manage it. Barnes is into the right-handed Selman, who's forward, angled bat, and guides it down through the vacant gully, down towards third man. Gavin Griffiths down there gets his throwaway, another single taken.
Just as we have a little break while Barnes walks back to his mark, a very good morning to Nick Webb, who unfortunately is still indisposed and not with us. And we've said it for the last couple of games. For goodness sake, come on, Nick, get better. We miss you in the commentary box, and it's not the same without him.
No, do get well soon. And hopefully we'll see you next season early on probably. In goes Barnes and bowls onto the hip of Rutherford, hits the thigh pad, bounces out down towards the 45. Coming in from long leg is Gavin Griffiths, gets to the ball on the edge of the circle, but the leg by is comfortably taken. 3 without loss. Again, a little bit of bounce there for Barnes.
Yes, some few fashion experts. Leicester are in the Welsh red.
Welsh red. Now that we've had all sorts of debate about what sort of red it is, and actually it is a sort of, yes, it does remind me of the Welsh rugby shirt rather. Now you mention it. In goes Barnes and bowls. Rutherford is, I beg your pardon, Selman is up on his toes, defending that one out into the offside. The 16-year-old, still just 16, he's 17 later this month. Rian Ahmed comes in and fields, and there is no run. So fairly innocuous opening over for Ed Barnes, comfortably dealt with by the Glamorgan openers. And the visitors, after an over, are therefore 3 without loss. We've had it called by the chief executive running fox red, because there wasn't really a name. But I think Welsh red is. I like that. Yeah, I like that.
Not to be confused, of course, with Welsh fire in the other competition that's going at the moment.
Well, you see, I was not going to mention anything about that because you told me not to. No, you come up with it straight away.
Yes, I had to say it.
Will Davis from the Bennett end.
Yes. Will Davis, former Derbyshire seaman, remember him well. Bowling the left-handed Rutherford, he's in now and bowls, and that's left. Good carry, good bounce here, and it goes through, and the wicketkeeper takes it about waist high. And he's coming in from the Bennett end here. There's a fresh breeze that's obviously helping the seam as the away and the in swing. And this bounce, you've got to watch it carefully, especially as the ball is new. Not that the white ball stays very shiny after about 5 or 6 overs, so I'm told. As in comes Davis, bowls again, and Rutherford right behind that, and just pushes it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Couple of 50s for Rutherford, had 58 in the game against Surrey earlier this week, and then the game up at Northants, where Glamorgan also won, he made a very fine 86. So as the new overseas player replacing the prolific Marnus Labuschagne, he's started pretty well for Glamorgan. As Will Davis, right arm over, comes in, bowls again, and this time he's on a length, pushed forward by the batsman Rutherford out onto the offside. There are 3 men saving a single there, and a 3rd man, and also a couple of slips. And on the onside there's a fine leg. I suspect, I can't quite see over the top. Oh no, I don't think there is.
Just the 2 men out, so 3rd man, and who's the other one out? It's usually at deep square or somewhere, isn't it?
Yeah,
but
at
the moment,
where is he?
Maybe just the one. Leicestershire on the attack.
Yes, in comes David and bowls again to Rutherford, and Rutherford plays. Oh, what a catch at cover! He played it into the ball, and it was gone. I thought it was off to 4, but a beautiful one-handed catch there, and a good start here now as Rutherford, Glamorgan's leading scorer, departs. He hit it pretty well. He'd be rather disappointed, but what a wonderful catch that was.
I think it's George Rhodes, but I'll wait to see, because he's surrounded by congratulatory teammates at the moment. Flung himself away to his right at backward point and caught it about one-handed, about a foot off the ground. Unlucky for Rutherford. I was just thinking, Eddie, that when he banged it in a couple of times, it didn't quite come on.
No.
So it was George Rhodes who took the catch, and so he just may have gone at it a fraction early. Very disappointed, Rutherford, as he leaves the pitch.
He hit it very well indeed, and as I say, I was looking for the ball down backward of square on the offside, but what a catch. You've seen some fielding this season, and one-day cricket especially. So, early wicket there for Leicestershire. They'd be delighted with that. 3 for 1, and in comes the young batsman who made his debut in the List A competition a couple of weeks ago, Stephen Reingold. He made 40 against Surrey and played pretty well. He joins Selman. Glamorgan now just have to think a little bit, because they have lost their leading batsman.
He's a good fielder, Rhodes, no question about it. 1 or 2 questioned his place in the side, understandably really. Hasn't really sort of changed the course of the game, but he may have done so there. Class batsman.
Certainly. That was the fourth ball of the second over, and we have now two right-handers, and easy for you to distinguish because it's the numberless Reingold. Here's Davis then, coming in, bowls to Reingold, who drives and a little bit away from his body in the air, went out to the man fielding just backward of square. Now he's an attacking player for a young man who's just come into the side. He likes to play his shots early. Gets away with, well, I don't know whether he got away with it. It wasn't a chance, but it was a long way from his body.
Yeah, there are lots of oohs and ahs out there at that one. Two slips were interested momentarily.
Here's Davis again, in past umpire Cook at that far end, bowls, and that's a good length ball that comes back into the batsman. A very good over there from Will Davis, and at the end of the second over, Glamorgan are 3 for 1.
Yeah, wicket maiden for Davis, and this is his first game in the Royal London Cup this season. Leicestershire's fifth game, just one win.
Remember him with Derby, you know, he tries all day long.
Against Middlesex at Merchant Taylor's that was, but hasn't had a place in the Royal London Cup side. Well, couldn't have started much better. Ed Barnes, second over from the pavilion end, kicks up his heels, comes in and bowls outside off stump to Nick Selman, who steps forward and then lifts his bat over the line of the ball, lets it go through to Harry Swindles. Behind the stumps, next to Swindles, Rishi Patel at first slip, standing quite wide. And at the moment, it looks as though there is a sort of fourth slip rather than a second slip per se.
Yeah, for the real outside edge.
Could flash through the gap, of course, as Barnes goes in, bowls to Selman, won't from that one as it's on the hip and it's just turned calmly away by the right-hander down towards long leg. A bit of ground to make up to his left for Davis, picks it up in front of the electronic scoreboard, gets his throw away. Selman calmly picks up his second single. Glamorgan 4 for 1.
It's a cloud cover, but I'm glad to say it seems, Richard, to be drifting around down to the, where is that, to the west, I would say.
Well, we're looking sort of more south is over there, so southwest is over the electronic scoreboard down towards Wales, of course, and that's where the weather comes from, by and large.
And it was this morning, I'm told, but let's hope it stays there for once.
Barnes then into the new man, Reingold. Bowls full, looking for the Yorker. Reingold, big swing, but a gentle one as well. Ends up rather jamming it back down into the ground. It bounces up off the pitch into the hands of Barnes.
Born in Cape Town, South Africa, of course, and came over here very early age and educated at the Jewish school in London. Spotted by Glamorgan, and he's done pretty well for the second team. Nice composed stance.
Barnes is in, bowls to him outside off stump, moves away perhaps a little, but allowed to go through by Reingold, who presumably is known as Cowboy or something like that.
Yeah, I mentioned.
I would imagine.
Was it Glenn Campbell?
The Rhinestone Cowboy, yes, I think so.
Not that I'm a great man at songs.
One of the one aspects of all these new young players coming through in this competition is that most of them don't feature in the who's who, of course, because they probably weren't expected to play very much this season. Barnes is in and bowls to Reingold down the leg side. He tries to flick it away. Doesn't get anything on it, but signalled wide as any delivery. It doesn't take any sort of deflection down the leg side. Inevitably is these days. The umpire standing at this end, the pavilion end of the ground, is Paul Baldwin. Nick Cook, he's even launching a conversation at a distance. At a distance, you see, he's talking away to mid-wicket, who I think is Louis Kimber. Barnes is in and bowls. It's a good straight delivery. Might just have come back in a fraction to Reingold, who covered up on the front foot.
You might remember a character who played for Somerset many years ago, or seen the name, called Bill Alley, went on to be a
great umpire.
and he could not stop talking. So the Glamorgan captain back in the 60s, Tony Lewis, told his fielders, don't talk to Bill. And as soon as Bill came in, he started chattering. Nobody was answering, and he said, what have I done? Nobody wants to talk to me because he was so nervous.
Barnes in, bowled, looking full and almost gets through. Think maybe inside edge onto the pad. But again, it was that high swing, the backswing and follow through from Rheingold, and it's a little bit risky early on. Obviously is a positive player, but that one almost snuck through. And he survives. He is yet to score from his first 6 balls, and Glamorgan, therefore, after 3 overs, are 5 for 1.
Yeah, good start by the seamers, the Leicestershire seamers, and I mentioned earlier on there is a cross breeze here which might be helping both bowlers, and it's Will Davis who dismissed Rutherford in his first over, and an impressive wicket maiden for him. He's coming again from the Bennett end and bowling to the right-handed Selman. Selman drives past the bowler. It's a single. He's half stopped, goes very quickly, and they think and go and stop and start and stop again as they think of a second, and they'll stop at a single. 6 for 1 then, Glamorgan, having been put in by Leicestershire.
If Leicestershire in Welsh red, Glamorgan are in their customary sort of
yellow and black,
darkish blue. It's, I don't know what sort of blue that is really, but it is just about blue rather
Oxford
than black.
blue, shall we say?
Yeah, possibly.
Rheingold waits, in comes Davis and bowls to him, and he drives, and it's fielded at cover on the bounce.
Sam Evans in the covers.
Yeah. So many strange names for me and for you, probably, with the Glamorgan side. It's what this competition, of course, has to put up with at the moment. And
hopefully they'll become familiar over the years. You know, they'll be at the start of big careers for their respective counties.
Yes. Here's Davis, just steadies himself, comes in over the wicket and bowls to Rheingold. Rheingold drives, or tries to drive up to mid-on, gets a thick inside edge, and it comes down. It's fielded at fine leg by Rishad Ahmed.
It is, yeah, young Rian.
And 16-year-old playing in this game. It's the second 16-year-old I've seen this year. It's young Lenham, the leg spinner from Sussex, who took 3 wickets 16? In the T20. 16.
Because he was around last season as well, I think, wasn't he? I remember him being talked about as the son of Neil, isn't he? The
grandson of Les, yes. Cricket family.
Yes.
Here's Davis, bowls, and this time might have been just a slower ball there, with Selman spotted and just pushed it back down. Maintaining a good length here is Will Davis. Two slips then, and is there? I can't see it over the. Yes, there is a third man. So 6-3 field,
yeah,
mid on, mid wicket, and a fine leg who's rather wide. As Davis comes in purposefully and bowls again over the wicket, and this time is played on the onside. Oh, and a bit of a misfield there. Well, not a bit of a misfield, but he's not going to get 4. They might round 4, but they'll stick it to a huge boundary away to our right, and Selman just clipped that through, and yes, he's admonishing himself, the fielder there.
Rightly so. Aaron Lilly, who
off spinner,
is considered one of the best fielders in the side, but that was a little bit slack on his part.
Score moves on to 9 for 1. Selman has moved on to 5. And in comes the next ball, and that's played away. That's a nice looking shot. That's his strength here, Selman. He's going to get a couple again as Rheingold comes running back and gets there quite safely. Anything around middle or midland leg, and Selman likes to have a crack at it. End of the over. Glamorgan, who were put in 11 for 1. They lost Hamish Rutherford, beautifully caught at deep gully by Will Rhodes at the bowling of Davis, for just 1.
8 for 87 in his last championship game for Will Davis, but as I say, hasn't really played much of a part since then. He's made a good start in this game. 1 for 6 from 2 overs. Barnes, obviously, none for 4 from 2, will continue from the pavilion end under Greyish cloud, a little bit of blue around, but not too much. Barnes kicks up his heels, runs in, bowls to Rheingold, who flicks at a delivery that just rises outside off stump. And falling away to his right, Rishi Patel takes it, rising on the bounce at first stroke second slip. As Eddie said, neat bit of work by Rishi Patel.
You're the local man, Richard. What's the forecast? What I heard was late afternoon, but you were rather more optimistic.
BBC Radio Leicester's weather forecaster has been saying it might just stay dry until pretty much the day, the point at which was supposed to finish the game. But well, fingers crossed. In goes Barnes, and bowls goes straight through Rheingold and hands up to head for the Yorkshireman.
Yes, good bowling. Haven't seen anything short.
Now they're pitching it up at the moment, which it has to be right, doesn't it? As you say, the shine, such as it is on these white balls, just three or four overs, despite the fact that you've got a new ball at each end. As you say, does not last for long. And with the outfields as hard and dry as they are at the moment, then it goes off them pretty quickly. Barnes in again, full and dug out rather by Rheingold, again with that high backlift, and he looks a bit of a candidate for Yorkers early on in his innings. Playing himself in, having a look, but 1 off 11. 11 for 1 the score, by coincidence. Selman has just played calmly and picked up his singles and has 7 off 8.
Yeah, no boundaries as yet.
5.3 overs into the power play. Barnes and is dropping just a fraction short. Tries to put it away, Rheingold. Gets it a little bit high in the bat, but he's going to pick up a couple. He's got it wide of the man at mid-wicket, Evans, who goes scampering back, picks up around 2 or 3 yards inside the ropes in front of the popular seats over there, away to the left as we look at it, of the meet. Picks up a couple. Rheingold on to 313 for 1.
I haven't been here for about 3 years. Good to see the meat is still there.
It's one of the many unchanging features, I should say, about the ground. Barnes is in and bowls down the leg side and will be signalled wide. It is being used by Leicestershire as their changing room at the moment because...
Oh, right, yeah. Oh, shall we be glad when this is all over?
So although Glamorgan in downstairs in the pavilion, not in their changing room, but they're using the dining room where we used to go and eat with the umpires and the officials and the players indeed.
Yeah, Glamorgan have had to go downstairs at Sapphire Gardens and the visitors upstairs on the balcony.
Barnes is in and bowls. Good straight delivery. Not quite getting there. Not quite in position to drive. Just checks the shot slightly. Rheingold still steers it out firmly into the offside. Rehan Ahmed is quickest to it at extra cover.
I mentioned that he's an attacking little player, and you often wonder. Well, I thought I was a bit surprised because you often get young players making their debut or thereabouts a little careful at start, but he likes to push on with it. Whether he's been given notice that he can attack, we shall never know.
Barnes bowls a little bit short, goes back and just tucks it away right behind the square on the leg side. Griffiths scampers away, Davis scampers away to his left, fields about 4 or 5 yards outside the circle, and a single comfortably taken by Rheingold. He moves on to 4, end of the 5th over, halfway through the first power play then. Glamorgan 15 for 1. A steady, slightly cautious start after the loss of Rutherford, perhaps understandably so.
And I think it's a good pitch looking from here. The bounce is true. And I think if you can get over the new ball, then there are runs to be got. But the opening pair of Barnes and Davies are bowled extremely well. As I mentioned, there hasn't been a boundary. So it'll be Davies to continue from that far end, the Bennett end, in past umpire Cook and bowls. And this time is pushed down the leg side, down fine leg, just in front of us, Patel fields. And they go through for a comfortable single, was it? Yes. I thought it might have been 2, but good pick up and throw. I was watching the ball on the batsman.
Morning to those getting in touch on Twitter, at Rich M. Ray.
At Ed Bevan Cricket.
Ed Bevan cricket.
2 slips go down, as does the wicketkeeper, standing back, of course, to Davis. As in he comes and bowls to Selman, and Selman is forward. And did you see that? It was around middle and off, and it ended up at a square leg. I told the tale last Tuesday of Selman playing at Edgbaston a couple of years ago, and in the first innings they noticed, of course, that he was an onside player. And when he came in to open in the second innings, there was one man on the drive, and to his right were 2 other fielders. And get through that, as it were.
And as if to sort of echo your thoughts there, Leicestershire have taken a slip out and put him in at mid-wicket and dropped mid-wicket back to deepish.
And fine leg has come up into the ring. As Davis comes in and bowls again to Selman. Selman plays a good-looking shot off the back foot. He'll get a single, because the man at mid-off has to move some way to his left. The fielder there, Lewis Hill. And there is another single. So Glamorgan accumulated mainly in singles, the odd 2. They've moved on to 17 for 1. Back for Rheingold just goes the second slip. So I think they got the message from me that he's an onside player. Gets a lot of runs there, gets out because he gets LBW playing across his front pad. But it's Rheingold at the moment, as in comes Davis, and he drives powerfully but straight to mid-off. Then comes the return, and there's no run. True pitch.
Yeah, it looks that way. Morning to Springsteen. Burrows stand inaccessible, question mark. He says it's a reasonable crowd in, considering. Certainly up at the Bennett end. It's the green seats are,
yes, there are.
well populated. Up there behind-ish, the bowlers are. Morning to you up there. Yes, Burrows stand inaccessible, as it has been for the last season and now this season as well. We're lonely up here.
Yes. In comes Davis, and he's played off the back foot. Nice looking shot. It wasn't particularly well timed, but it is going to be stopped some 5 yards inside the boundary. Rheingold gets 2 more, and the score moves on to 19 for 1, and Rheingold is on 7.
Here's one for you, Eddie. Good morning from Northampton, where I'm working today, which is the local equivalent of missionary work. This is Brunty. Delighted to hear Ed Bevan on the air. Could honestly listen to him reading the phone book.
That's very kind. It's a lovely looking shot, but it'll be intercepted at mid-on as Rheingold just pushing forward. That's the end of the over. Who's that kind person?
That's Martin Brunt.
Known to you?
Very, yes, yeah. A long-standing Foxes fan, a very fine athlete.
Well, thank you, Martin.
A very nice chap.
Much appreciated.
Author as well.
All right.
Chris Drew, will Roman Walker be available for the Foxes soon? He's very good from what I've seen on the Glamorgan stream. He is basically available now. Obviously, he's in the squad for the last game, but not because he's on loan until the end of the season. The agreement was that, gentleman's agreement, if you like, he wouldn't play against his former county to, I suppose, just to avoid any awkwardness, really.
Yes, awkwardness for him as well, I would have thought.
Absolutely. Barnes to continue from the Bennett end. Eddie, you'll maybe tell us a bit about Roman over the course of the day. In he goes and bowls. No foot movement at all from Selman as he pushes that one out.
I think I got it right.
He's just stood there still, didn't he, and just turned his wrists on that one, pushing it out towards Louis Kimber, who's now sort of permanently out of the slips. He was at second slip, or at least he was the second slip. He was standing third or fourth.
Any relation to the Surrey Kimber?
I don't think so. He's a Lincolnshire boy.
Yeah,
so it's possible. Actually, yes, I think
medium
you may
pace
be right.
bowler.
I think you may be right. Let me just check that. Barnes is in and bowling, looking for the Yorker. Hands started to go up as Selman down on it in good time, in fairness, and steered it out again to Louis Kimber. To Nick Kimber.
It's an unusual name, so I thought,
Nick, obviously Oakham educated.
Oakham School.
Indeed. Like
Stuart
Louis.
Barnes, go there. Stuart Barnes, what's the matter with me? Stuart Broad.
He did. As Barnes is in and bowls, just leans forward, Selman, and angles his bat, guides it along the ground through gully down towards Gavin Griffiths. A distinctive throw from Griffiths. So his right foot leaves the ground as he throws, lifts it up. Good throw he's got on him though. Single taken by Selman, who's basically working in ones and twos. He's taken 9 from the 13 deliveries he has faced. Reingold, who's really looking to be sort of almost more positive, and yet his scoring rate is much lower as a consequence. In goes Barnes, bowls to him nice and straight, plays it firmly back down the pitch, strokes it back down the pitch in defence to the Yorkshireman.
This is Barnes' 4th over, and Will Davis has had 3. Glamorgan normally go 5, or if a few wickets have gone, they go 6 with the openers, I suppose. That's the conventional way to go, what do you think? 6 apiece to start, and then come back in the middle and at the end. That's
Lewis Hill, who's captain in this, he's kind of mixed it up a little bit, depending on how the power plays have gone, really, if they're getting knocked around a little bit. Barnes is in, trying to force it, and it wasn't there to be forced, really, there. Reingold, thick inside part of the bat, squirts the ball out to Kimber, who's at mid-wicket. Playing with fire a little bit at the moment.
I think the
Reingold.
adjective here would be the impetuosity of youth.
Yes.
Get it out properly. Where his eyes light up, but somebody might tell him, hang on now, mate, you're playing the top players here, you're not playing in the second team. Or you might say that with all the changes.
Barnes in again, bowls to him, he is driving again, doesn't quite time it as well as he would have liked, and Rhodes falling to his right at point makes a stop on about the 3rd bounce. So Reingold again thwarted in his attempts to get the ball away. End of the over. That is 7 overs gone. Glamorgan 20 for 1 in the power play. Leicestershire will be pleased with that. With the fall of the wicket, that just reset the sanitising time by an over. So out now comes the gels, accompanied as ever by drinks, which add so much time to the day. It's a long old day, these 100 over days, with all these breaks as well. Umpires not getting a drink, it seems. The 2 Glamorgan batsmen, the 12th man came out with a drink, but they both waved him away. It's not hot out there, it's just
Talking about that,
nice temperature.
Yet again, it does annoy me, and annoys a lot of people. 9 overs again, cheated of the public at Trent Bridge on the first day of the test there yesterday. It's not fair, is it?
Hard to understand, really. Ooh, updates coming up for BBC Radio Leicester. Hopefully we'll squeeze it in between overs. I think we will. 20 for 1 Glamorgan. They have lost a wicket then, and a big one as well as far as they and Leicestershire are concerned. Hamish Rutherford, the very fine New Zealander overseas player, brilliantly caught by George Rhodes, diving to his right at point off the bowling of Will Davis for 1, made them 3 for 1. They've begun to rebuild, however. Nick Selman has 9, and his number 3 out there at the moment, Stephen Reingold, has 7. So Fox is bowling tightly. They have kept restricted Glamorgan, if you like, to 20 for 1 from 7 overs. Back with you online.
Yeah, first ball over by Davis. Again, hit cleanly, struck cleanly there by Nick Selman, but it went straight to the man on the drive, who was taken out, as we suspected, because of his liking of playing a lot on the onside. Nick Selman, 20 for 1 then. Selman's on 7, as is Reingold. Selman on 9 rather. As in comes Davis again and bowls, and this time is played up. They go for a quick single, but mid-on is rather deep. I swear from here we're at a slight angle, but that was on middle and off. And worked up to mid-on, but he was rather deep, and they scampered through for a single. 21 for 1.
Yeah, looking at the stream, he does like to push across the line a little bit.
Reingold now, and short mid-on stays where he is for Reingold. As he's been rather ambitious, as this ball is a much better ball from Davis, and it's pitched just back of a length. And no attacking attempt from the batsman there. It's just played forward onto the offside, and there's no run.
Well, just had a coffee from the coffee stall which is here today. It's usually here for the T20s, but also for the Royal London Cup, and it's smashing coffee. I thoroughly recommend it, folks, should you be in need of one. It's next to the pavilion.
Davis, steady spell this, comes in again, past umpire Cook, bowls to Rangel. Rangel is forward, can do nothing about that, but just nudge it up to mid-off where it's fielded. As a coffee man, everybody in my house likes to have the special coffee. I don't understand. I have my little one from a supermarket. I put it in, I put a little drop of sugar, water and milk, and that's me done. None of your fancy stuff like Richard Ray's got here to his right. I wouldn't know what to order anyhow. Here is Davis, rolling a good over again. Comes in, bowls, and that's identical ball. He's doing a great job here, keeping the runs down, and a boundary yet to come, Richard.
Indeed. And we are in, what, now the 8th over?
Yeah.
Good, almost at the end of the 8th over. I'm amazed you say that about coffee, Eddie, because Cardiff is famous for its Italian coffee bars.
I do like a latte, they call it?
Yes,
a latte white. Am I right?
You're teasing me, aren't you?
I'm not.
You are.
That's the only one I know, and I promise. And no, the instant coffee.
I'll sort you
Does he
out.
do instant coffee downstairs?
You can do instant coffee next door. There's a kettle next door.
That's me done.
Indeed.
Thank you. Here's Will Davis. He's in and bowls, and this is driven. Well stopped, or 3/4 stopped there by the bowler, and a very accurate over. And that's the end of Davis' 4th over. 4 overs for just 9 runs, and Barnes, if my eyes can tell me, has bowled. No.
Yeah. 4 overs for
4
9.
4 overs for 9,
Yeah.
and Davis there 4 overs, 1 for 11. You can't ask for better than that. And the opening bowlers are going to continue because the captain, Lewis Hill, is hoping that he can strike again before the power play. How many overs have we had there?
8 overs.
8 overs, 2 to go.
Yeah.
And they've
They'll
done
be pleased,
extremely
Leicestershire.
well. Well done.
Please. Out comes Rishi Patel from slip, and he goes into the covers as well. So that may be saying something about the pitch, that it isn't quite coming on yet. May need an hour or so sunshine. In goes Barnes and bowls, and straight into the game is Patel as Rheingol looks to drive but doesn't time it. And Patel, who's at shortish extra cover, very much on the he's only 3.5 strips away from the bat, very much there to stop a quick single. All the other fielders on the offside are on the edge of the circle. The 2 men out are at square leg and 3rd man, as Barnes is in very full, and that 3rd man is going to be in the game because it was wide, and Rheingol came down on it, beg your pardon, Selman came down on it nicely and steered it out towards wide 3rd man. Gabe Griffiths, a bit of work to do out there, about a 20-25 yard run for him, and he picks up 2, and the scoreboard I think might just have frozen a little bit.
I think you're absolutely right there, Richard. The pitch is just might slow. We've seen a lot of drives, well hit, but not really timed.
Selman on 2-12 as Barnes is in, bowls to him, drops a little bit short, turns his wrists on it, works it out towards deep square, but as I say, there is a fielder out there in the person of, I think it's could it be Rhodes out there already? It is. They do swap around positions these days. Some are specialists, but some swap around a little bit, and they've got Rhodes out there at the moment. So just a single.
Corresponding scoreboard is correct. 24.
It is the old manual scoreboard.
Yeah, nothing like it.
Dave Goodacre's manual scoreboard, as ever, providing a safety net. Barnes is in to Rheingol, good length, and all he can do is defend. Drops it down into the offside. Patel picks up, and there is no run.
Driving up to Leicester last night, I was thinking of the memories I've had here, and it goes back a long time than I care to remember. I remember David Gower getting a double 100 here in the 2nd innings against Glamorgan, one of the finest innings I've seen. And the late Hansi Cronje hitting Steve Barwick's medium pace over the cricketers away to our right. Lasts long in the memory, those.
Barnes is in, looking for the Yorker, over pitches, thumps low into the pads of Rheingold. It peeled for leg before and disappointed.
I think it was worth a shot.
Yeah, it may just have been swinging back in, sort of from in to out, so to speak. It was looked to be initially going down the leg side. Certainly, umpire Baldwin not convinced. We'll have a look at the replay on that one. Here it comes on the full. Just get it in before Barnes' next delivery. Ooh, it was a very good shout, actually. He had advanced down the wicket a little bit, but goodness me.
I think that had been Selman. He would have clipped it for 4 because of his penchant for the onside.
Managed to pick up a leg by. Barnes was absolutely convinced. In he goes again and bowls to Salmon, who does work it away off stump out towards deep square. In fact, it's Scott Steele out there, so who's off at the moment? Steele not in the side, acting 12th man. He's jogging off now. And who is coming back on? I think Rhodes had actually gone off, so Steele temporarily or momentarily for an over on in place. So end of the over, 26 for 1 after 9. Glamorgan. Rheingold has 7 and Nick Selman has 14.
And it'll be Selman to face. And it'll be Will Davies to bowl his 5th over. And he's coming in from that bend at end at a brisk pace. Bowls the first ball to Selman, who drives straight at extra cover. And there is no run. Glamorgan going at a slowish rate, and if they continue to bowl like this, and Glamorgan did it against Surrey the other day, they will not bother to have many people out, even though they can, because they'll try and contain them with the close fielders each side. Still waiting for our first boundary of the morning. That's Davis, Selman on 14 weights, and bowls to him, and he just dabs down on that and plays it up to mid-off.
He's just getting a little bit of nibble, Davis looks to be at the moment, and someone is having to wait for it. Morning, or good evening to Fango down in Melbourne, Australia. Great to see Davis into today's team. Does this count as Ben Mike's second game of suspension? Yes, it does. Leicestershire falling foul of the disciplinary committee of the ECB. You'll have seen all that news yesterday.
Here's Davis. In pass umpire Cook again and bowls, and this is driven nicely through the offside down to 3rd man. And it's a perfectly good shot, just got the very outside edge, played I think where he wanted it, and adds a single to the score, which takes Glamorgan on to 27 for 1 and Selman on to 16. Selman hasn't really shined in this competition. He did make 36, I think it was, against Northants, 33 earlier on in the season. This brings Rheingold down to the receiving end as Davis comes in and bowls him, and he shuffles down. My word, there is the boundary, and he's hit it hard and high over mid-off and gets 4 runs.
First boundary.
Yeah, there it is, and what an ambitious shot by young Rheingold.
First boundary of the innings in the 10th over.
And I suspect that this next ball might not be so well pitched up as the last one. That was ambitious. Hit him over mid-off, perfectly safe. And Glamorgan move on to 31. In comes Davis again. Rheingold drives on the offside, and this time there's no run. It's about 3 fielders converge on it. And the score remains 31 for 1, and Rheingold has moved on to 11. Selman is on 15 following the dismissal. The second over of Hamish Rutherford, superbly caught by Rhodes in this sort of deep gully position, one-handed, diving to his right. He was out for 1 with a shot that many of us thought might be going for 4. Last ball of the over as Davis comes in and he drives again, does Rheingold, but doesn't really time it with conviction. End of the over. Might be a rest time, you think, for Davis, having bowled 5 overs and conceded, what did he conceded, 16 runs?
Possible.
Yeah, might just give him another one.
I was going to say, they're not going around the park, are they? 31 off the power play.
That's what I'd be interested
so
to
they
see
might
the
continue.
field now,
yeah,
and just press Glamorgan. Extra cover is going out for a start out to this Sweetberg. And there's a man down on the fine leg boundary, third man.
It's usually the time when a spinner appears, but obviously Callum Parkinson away in the franchise competition. Colin Ackerman ditto.
Yes,
but Rehan Ahmed is the frontline spinner for the Foxes in this game.
Everybody's praying, I think, in the other counties of these two, that nobody else will be called up at a moment's notice.
Barnes then will continue into his 6th over now from the pavilion end, or at least he was about to start it, got to the crease and decided, I think there was a bit of a breeze sprang up there, a little bit of a gust of extra wind. Indeed, the trees behind the electronic scoreboard are moving quite a long way at the moment, so maybe a little bit stronger than it feels up here atop the pavilion. Barnes up the slope he goes and bowls to Selman, drops a little bit short. Selman goes back, works it away behind square, should be 2, but no. Good work out there on the boundary by Kimber, gets to the ball, gets his throw away. Although it's not particularly full, it was sufficiently quickly delivered to keep the batsman in their crease, or avoid their second. 32 for 1. Selman 16, sorry Eddie.
Yeah, an update on the test match in reply to England's very modest 183, India 33 without loss. Of course, they have all the time in the world.
Barnes is in, bowls to Rheingeld, who drives, but there is the cover out there on the boundary. It will be just 1, as running across to his right, Sam Evans picks up around about 25 yards inside the ropes on that big boundary. Probably a good 90 yards from the bat to the boundary on that side of the ground, the Milligan Road side of the ground.
Another big game in this division. Surrey against Somerset, second playing third. Somerset are 58 for 2. They are having been put in. 2 wickets to Matthew Dunn for Surrey.
Barnes is in, bowls, fullish, outside off stump. Selman looking to get forward, doesn't time it, ends up steering it rather out to mid-off, where Lilly is the fielder. No run. Is that at Taunton?
No, that's at Torval.
At Oval.
Yeah, they won the toss and batted, so such a good pitch, isn't it, the Oval? As is this one.
Sometimes it's a bit dead. We had a horrible championship game there early this season. In goes Barnes and bowls, worked out towards mid-on. Going to have to hurry. The throw comes in, put in the dive. Selman had to put in the dive just in case. Hill's throw missed the stumps. It was backed up by a combination of Barnes and Patel. But it would have required a decision had it hit of umpire Baldwin. Selman, who's a tall man, the fact that he felt he had to dive in indicates how close it was. Picks up 1, moves on to 17 off 25. Rheingeld, that boundary notwithstanding, 12 off 31. His strike rate is down below 40 at the moment. An indication again perhaps of the difficulties in getting the ball away. Barnes is in, bowls to him. He can only defend that one, drops it out towards point. A sort of formulaic inquiry of Selman as to whether there might be a quick single in it, but Rhodes closed on the ball quickly, no chance.
Yes, it's quite a fierce breeze, Brung. I never liked the breeze like that because it signals rain. There's a smell of rain. As I walked across the ground this morning, it was blowing. I thought, yeah. But let's keep our fingers crossed because this is a good contest at the moment. It's early days, but good bowling.
Clouds moving fairly quickly at the moment. Barnes is in and looking to work it away on the offside. Fiddles at it a little bit there. Stephen Rheingeld unlucky not to edge it through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. End of the over, 34 for 1. Glamorgan after 11. Barnes none for 16 from 6. Davis 1 for 16 from 5. He won't continue, unlike Barnes. He's going to be replaced by Gavin Griffiths.
Just going back to that test match in the papers this morning.
Were they cutting? Were they
were lambasting.
And
Marcus Trithgothic says a remarkable quote from him. It nothing to do with him not playing red ball cricket. No comment. But it showed, and I
What did you think it was down to then? Just
I don't know.
players out of form or good bowling? Or?
It feels extraordinary to me that Butler hasn't played a first-class game this year, and Best has hardly played, and any of the others. But I think we'll better not start going down that route, Richard. Let them get on with it and see what they say at the end of the season, whether they go.
It'll be the county's fault, whatever happens.
Oh, of course. Gavin Griffiths, broad-shouldered, well-built, 6'3", must be 6'4". He's going to be bowling to Nick Selman, who is on 17. Glamorgan's batsman. I found it difficult to score boundaries, just the one. And here's Griffiths coming in for this first ball and bowls to Selman and plays it away into the cover region. Goes out to deep extra, far in front of the famous meet. And there's a single.
6'2", Gavin Timothy. So you're not far off.
Yeah, big lad. No slips to talk of. No short legs, no gullies. All defensive. Deep mid-wicket and a deep fine leg, a third man and a deep extra cover. That's the defensive field, as you would expect. As Griffiths comes in to bowl to Ryan Gold, Ryan goes back and what on earth was that shot? He tries to cut it away in the offside, ends up a deep square leg. You see, if I was Selman now, I might just go down and say, come here, young man. Try and rein yourself in. Or do you say, well, yes, let youth have its head.
He's trying so hard to get it away, and it isn't. Yeah. Whereas Selman, who's picking it off, has got a strike rate twice as high as Ryan Gold.
Gavin Griffiths then from the Bennett end with that black side screen right behind him. Comes in over the wicket and bowls to Selman, and Selman plays it back down the pitch, and as he's on his knees, Griffiths as well to field off his own bowling. And Ryan Gold, he's just perhaps rein in at the next two batsmen, Kieran Carlson and Billy Root, who both like to play shots from the word go, so get a launching pad first. Griffiths, right arm over, is in and bowls to Selman. Selman cuts nicely, lovely looking shot, and that's going to run away for 4. Selman's first boundary was short outside the off stump, came onto the bat perfectly, and a first boundary then for Selman, and Glamorgan begin to gather pace here. They've moved the score on to 36 for 1, so these two put down 33 since the early dismissal of Rutherford, who would rather have enjoyed this pitch, I think, had he stayed in. Here is Griffiths again, comes in and bowls again to Selman. Selman is beaten outside the off stump, fiddling as Richard calls it, as he tries to nudge it down to third man. A poor shot. There he goes through to the wicket keeper. Wicket keeper in this game is Lewis Hill?
No, young Harry Swindles.
Harry Swindles, right, I better put that on my note.
Taken over as the senior wicketkeeper, or the first choice wicketkeeper this season. And it's been a really good season for Harry, with the bat as well as the gloves.
Noticed. Griffiths bowls on the line of off stump, and it's turned away to mid-wicket, as you would expect for a single. Glamorgan move on to 37 for 40 for 1. Oh, scoreboard has been playing a few tricks this morning. It was on 36 for 1. 41 for 1, end of that over. And the two batsmen confer. What about? I don't know, because there's plenty of overs left to play.
Are you good at trees by any chance, Eddie?
No.
No, okay.
Are you?
I always ask, but no. But I believe those trees sort of behind the scoreboard, the electronic scoreboard, are plane trees. White beams and planes. I was told that in a book about county grounds of England. They're sort of mature, but they're swaying quite markedly. You can see the underside of the leaves, so that the wind, as we've been saying, is. You can see the players' shirts actually as well, fluttering away. Barnes to continue. Maybe he's going to bowl out. Bowls very straight, worked out towards mid-on. In trouble, had the throw hit.
That would have been out.
But the throw didn't hit. Lewis Hill ran across to his left. He's cross with himself, the Leicestershire skipper. He picked up. There really wasn't a single to be had there, and Selman sent Ryan Gold back. Ryan Gold turned, flung himself back into his ground, had Hill's throw hit well.
You'd
given him out, you reckon?
Given him out, yeah. As this is your over, I'm going to attempt to make a cup of coffee. My favourite.
Barnes turns. Runs away from us at the pavilion end and bowls full, clipped out towards mid-wicket. Again, there's not going to be a run in it. Abhi Sikandar, who's on the field at the moment, number 20 on his back, fields. And there is no run. Who's off then? Davis is still on. Taking it in turns. Leicestershire perhaps just to take 5 minutes off the field. 41 for 1. Glamorgan, 12.2 overs, so the run rate just 3.3. Salman 23 off 32 as Barnes is in and bowls to him, a little bit short. And he can get up on his toes and work it away through the vacant square leg area down to Louis Kimber, who is down on the square leg boundary. Takes one. Salman moves on to 24, 42 for 1. Committee tent away on the other side of the Turner Centre as we look at it, the Mike Turner Indoor Centre, as its transparent sort of front part of the tent that they're down, indicating how breezy it is as Barnes goes in and tries to work it out into the offside, but a really good diving stop away to his left by Rishi Patel means that Reingold can't again pick up the single he was looking for. Dot ball, 42 for 1 remains the score. Plenty of people in just sort of t-shirts obviously, but a few in slightly heavier wear now, warmer wear. Rian Ahmed blows on his fingers at mid-off. Maybe he's going to get a bowl before too long. I think it might be from the other end. In goes Barnes, drops short, pulled by Reingold out towards deep mid-wicket, and he is going to pick up 4. Barnes cross with himself because dropping short is really the one delivery that the batsmen have been able to really swing at properly. And Reingold able to do so there, pulled it away flat through mid-wicket and picked up 4. Too much work for Kimber to do to run across. The outfield is very fast. Reingold on to 17, 46 for 1. Coming up to the end of the 7th over of Barnes' spell. In he goes, bowls to Reingold, better length. All he can do is work it out behind square on the offside, more or less straight to George Rhodes. And there is no run. Barnes and Hill just touch fists at the end of the over, and then Hill makes a signal to Rian Ahmed, so Ahmed is going to come on at the pavilion end, and Barnes, his first spell, 7 overs, none for 21, perfectly respectable, and he's going to be forever convinced, I think, that he had Reingold leg before with a full toss, but he was a long way down the wicket, may even have hit him outside the line of off stump. 46 for 1 then, Glamorgan after 13. Salman will be on strike to Griffiths, conceded 7 runs from his first over. Gavin Griffiths, down the slope he comes and bowls. Little bit short, Salman up on his toes, works it away to Ahmed, who's down at long leg, jogs 1. Moves on to 25 from 34 balls, 47 for 1. Playing something of the anchor role, which sounds odd when his strike rate is 74 compared to Reingold's 46 at the moment. Eddie, coffee in hand, has made it back.
Yes, cool. Looks lovely.
Good.
Griffiths then from the Bennett end to bowl to Reingold. He bowls to him and Reingold pushes forward. They call for a quick single and will get there because it bisects back with point and cover.
Jaffa cake with your coffee?
Oh, my word, I am being spoiled. Thank you very much. I did.
Other sort of marmalade-based biscuits are available.
I did confess pinch 1 or 2 pastries from the hotel breakfast this morning, and I thought I'd better try and hide them in my. And then the lady said, "Would you like a bag for those?" I felt so guilty.
Were you embarrassed?
I was. I have to confess. As Griffiths bowls, and this is pushed up to mid-on. They go for a quick single, but that's safe enough. If there's a fumble, we'll move on to 49 for 1. I thought that'd be lovely with a cup of tea this afternoon. And would you like a bag? That's very kind, and probably blushed, but there we are.
Driving out at deep square, long leg, and sweeping on the offside boundary.
They're well covered on the boundaries. Griffiths to Reingold. He bowls to him, and Reingold dabs that down to third man. We call it the Steve James. Remember Steve James, of course. The Steve James shot, because he excelled in that, opening the face and just dabbing it down.
50 up for the visitors.
Yes. Recovered from that early loss. And what looks like a very good pitch here. They'll need a lot of runs if they can.
I suspect, though, it might be the sort of pitch you just need to be in a bit just to get the feel for it. So you don't want to be losing wickets.
Exactly. There's Griffiths bowls again, and this is turned. And as he turns, he goes head over heels to Selman. But the ball is down at fine leg. Mr. Cook. Oh. Must have a good pad on that.
It might just have been just slightly above, just given by that. It might just have winded him just into the bottom part of the ribs on his side. Yep. He's just examining just above the
a little bit of bounce
the trouser.
51 for 1. And all single so far. Every ball of this over as the next one comes in and is driven out to the extra cover man on that boundary. That is the end of the over. It's sanitization time, and I forgot to put some sugar in.
52 for 1. 14 overs. So foundation starting to be laid by these two Glamorgan batsmen. Stephen Reingold, 20 off 40. Nick Selman, 26 off 36. He is now having a drink. Reingold, not too bothered. He's staying up there on the pitch. Oh, he is having a drink. The 12th man comes out all the way to him, meets him. Selman's wandering down to the boundary for... What's he getting from the 12th man? A change of gloves, it would appear. And a banana! He's having a banana! He's... 2 big mouthfuls of banana. That was an interesting... I don't think I've ever seen that before. We needed a bit of sustenance in mid-innings.
Oh, I've seen it quite a number of times.
He likes his nanas.
I'm a great banana lover myself for breakfast. Sometimes 2.
Chopped on my porridge, I must admit.
Yes. They're good for you, so they say. What would you reckon? Par for the course? Just about even Stephen here, isn't it? 52 for 1 after 14.
It's a decent base. It's whether they can just accelerate the scoring rate. This could be interesting. See what Rian Ahmed can get out of the pitch. They will have thought about him in terms of the preparation of the pitch, I'm sure, and Paul Nixon will have spoken to the head groundsman here, the Ward, saying, see if we can get a little bit of something in the pitch for...
Bit of bounce he needs.
Rian Ahmed.
Is he leg spinner?
He is.
Lovely.
He's not tall, so he does tend to skid through, but he does have a good googly. But whether the pitch is quick enough, whether he can be played off the pitch, they might be able to read him, they might not, but they might also be able to play it off the pitch.
He's probably never played against him before.
No, this is just his... Obviously hasn't played any red ball cricket for the Foxes, so just his 4th game. Didn't play the first of these games. In he goes and bowls outside off stump, stroked down into the ground by Reingold.
Feel, Richard, he's got a short fine leg, a short mid wicket, a shortish mid on, which tells me that he's going to bowl a few googlies.
Googlies,
yeah.
That said, now they change it less, so they decide to bring in the slip. So perhaps there was a little bit of leg spin there for him. He comes in and bowls to Reingold. It does turn, but slowly, and he has to reach for it. Dabs it out to wide. Third man takes one. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. The 50 partnership has raised between Nick Selman and Stephen Reingold. Ahmed is in. Worked to mid-on. Glamorgan rebuilding after losing a wicket early in their innings. They were put into bat by the Foxes, lost Hamish Rutherford, brilliantly caught by George Rhodes at backward point off the bowling of Will Davis for just 3 for 1 at that stage. They've moved on to 54 for 1. Stephen Reingold has made 21 off 42 bowls. Nick Selman has 27 off 37. The Foxes keeping a lid on things at the moment, but they'd like another wicket soon. Glamorgan are 55 for 1 in the 15th over. In comes Ahmed, driven out into the offside by Reingold for 1. Bowls to Selman, worked off leg stump out towards backward square. A little bit of inconsistency in terms of direction from Rian Ahmed at the moment. He's conceded singles as a consequence from all of his last 4 deliveries. Glamorgan 56 for 1. Last ball of the over. In he goes and bowls, and outside off stump, reaching for it, tries to chop it away, doesn't get anything on it. Swindles takes the ball and demolishes the stumps, as keepers are wont to do these days, despite the fact that Selman's back foot, Reingold's back foot had gone nowhere. End of the over. An interesting one. There's a little bit there for him, but not much bounce. A little bit of turn, but not much bounce. 56 for 1, Ahmed 4 from his first over.
Yes, and I think as he settles into it, obviously he was a little bit nervous bowling that first over, but as I say, he will settle into things. We just go back to the Test match, 45 without loss now. India going along quite nicely, and there's one game I forgot to give you, Durham against Lancashire. Durham 75 for 3, and at the Oval, Somerset have lost another wicket. They're 83 for 3. As we are watching Gavin Griffiths coming in to bowl, and the first ball is pushed away into that deep gully position, and there's no run. The link is up again. Apparently there has been some problems, so I'm informed.
With the stream, or the stream's been okay?
Yeah, the stream it's the link, I think. So I think I've had a tweet from somewhere. I'll just have a look. Yeah. Anyway, everything's working, that's the main thing. Next ball is dabbed down into the same area as the first ball. Gavin Griffiths getting that line just on or out off stump.
Springsteen is with you, Eddie, about the number of overs bowled in the Test yesterday. He says they should have interviewed senior management at ECB Cricket after yesterday's play. They have questions to answer.
It's a simple answer, I think. As in comes Gavin Griffiths and bowls, and this is clipped away. They'll think of a second, and they decide, no, we won't. 1 is enough. 57 for 1. I think there's a simple explanation, Richard, is if you don't bowl the required overs, it's no good saying, because these people earn so much money these days, and fines like football, that if you're fined by the club, fine, yeah, okay. Just take 10 or 15 runs and over off them. That'll hurt them. I think I can't think of anything else, because it's not fair. You pay what, £100 for a Test match ticket, they tell me. As Griffiths comes in, bowls to Reingold. Reingold clips that away, Selman-like, down towards deep mid-wicket, and he'll get another single. In this pitch now is absolutely shred.
It's pretty much a full house yesterday as well, wasn't it? It
looked a great sight, didn't it? Griffiths from the Bennett end to the right-handed Selman. Selman goes back and cuts fiercely, but straight up to deep extra. As they accumulate in singles, that's the end of the over. Glamorgan, recovering. There's 1 ball to go. I'm miscounting here. It's a very expensive day out. It's the same as the Rugby Union International these days, 90, 100 quid. And what you see the ball in play, about 31 minutes. Armchair critic for me, thank you. Griffiths is in and bowls, and that's not played very convincingly, but Reingold just pushes it up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. 59 for 1 is the Glamorgan score after they were put in, and the scoring rate now is just under 4, so they'll be quite happy with that. They'll try and push on once they get to 25, when you would have thought. Still cloudy coming across, and we continue to keep our fingers crossed. It was possibly middle afternoon Don't forget, a 10 over match, 10 overs where they work it out backwards, could come into play, couldn't it? If Glamorgan bat right through their 50.
It could. Rian Ahmed will continue from the pavilion end. He's got a long off and a long on for Nick Selman. Slip, who did go in for the last 4 balls of his first over after he saw a little bit of turn, has gone backward of square, sort of on the 45, as Ahmed is into Selman. Good delivery. Selman is respectful. Props forward, pushes it back down the pitch to the young Nottingham-born Rian Ahmed.
How old is he?
16.
16.
17 in a few days' time is in, and bowls, and Selman driving through mid-on, inevitably. Turns his wrists on it. Along the ground all the way, perfectly in control, down to long gone.
And what do you think, and I spoke of young Lenham as well, these two 16-year-olds and leg spin is very difficult to bowl, to bring your wrist over and try and be accurate with every ball.
In and bowls to Rheingold, and it's a looping delivery that's driven away out towards wide extra cover, and as Eddie said, it does beat the chasing Sam Evans on the wide extra cover boundary. Tried to give it some air, but it did rather go into the slot, so to speak, for the drive, and you could almost see Rheingold's eyes light up there, and he drove it away. Been waiting for that one. He moves on to 27, 64 for 1. Ahmed is in, drags his length back a bit. Oh, and has to hurry. If the throw hits, he's in a lot of trouble. Terrible throw from Gavin Griffiths. And I think Rheingold has hurt himself a little bit going for that quick single. He was limping a bit. He's just flexing his right leg. I think he's okay.
I think it was a great call from Selman.
Yeah, he was on his back foot, put it that way. Stephen Rheingold just stretches his right quad. It looks to be okay. Quad's okay. It's not hamstring anything like that. Ahmed is into Selman onto the leg stump and worked away through square leg. Gavin Griffiths got a hand to it away to his left, slowed it down, and Kimber completed the fielding single take. And the sun comes out temporarily, I'm afraid, because there's still lots of cloud around, but temperature goes up accordingly. 66 for 1. These two just beginning to accelerate a little bit now. Ahmed is in, bowls, and a cut away behind square on the offside by Rheingold. He's going to pick up 2. They're thinking about a third. Selman briefly into it, and get the throw. Swindles actually gave Rheingold a little bit of a push out of the way, and then they didn't go for the run, and Swindles apologises, I suspect, to Rheingold having done so. Gives him a pat on the back. All happy out there. 2 taken, but a good productive over
9 off
for Glamorgan. Yep, 9 off it. And Glamorgan 68 for 1 now after 17, which means the run rate is indeed 4 runs per over.
It has to be said that Nick Selman is, and in the kindest possible way, an erratic runner between the wickets. I remember a game at the lovely Cheltenham College a couple of years ago when Jack Rudolph was opening with Selman. Second ball of the match, Selman pushes it to mid-on and scampers, and Rudolph was run out by 2 yards. As Griffith starts an over, and it's just clipped away by Selman. There'll be a couple here, I fancy. A little bit of a misfield, but well backed up by the man behind him. A joint effort. First, I think it was Sam Evans, aided and abetted. Is it Will Rhodes?
Ed
George
Barnes.
Ed Barnes,
young Ed Barnes, yeah.
So 2 more. Selman moves on to 34. Glamorgan gathering some momentum now, move on to 70 for 1 after the very early loss of Hamish Rutherford. It's a nice looking shot up towards deep extra cover. I think that's going to go away, is it?
Oh, underneath Kimber's dive.
Kimber's dive, and valiant dive by him, and he just pushed it round the post, as we would say in soccer parlance. It's another boundary, so Selman now accelerating.
It looks good from up here, but there isn't irrigation here at on the outfield here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. It's actually a little bit bobbly, and it's rock hard.
Right, yeah. Comes the next ball, and that's driven through cover. This might run away. Yeah, it will for another 4. So Griffiths just losing his line and length, bowling 2 half volleys there, which were dispatched by... I did hear you saying before we started that can be a little bit inconsistent, Gavin Griffiths. 78 for 1.
10 from the first 3 balls of the over.
Yeah, he's gone for 25 now in his
3.5.
fourth, yeah. 42, his best Royal London score of the season for Selman. And doing the job after his partner was dismissed by that wonderful catch in the second over of the innings. $78 in this partnership, now worth 75. There's Gavin Griffiths. Just has a little think at that far end. Comes in and bowls, and Selman is forward into another juicy little half volley. Well, he made it into a half volley, got right forward and plays it up to extra cover for a single. 43, 79 for 1 then. And Glamorgan know they'll have to have a good score on this. Although they have the threat of Michael Hogan, who in the last 3 games has taken a wicket in his first over. Dismissed Mark Stoneman, Surrey, with the first ball of the match. So he's on a high. As in comes Griffiths and bowls, and this time his Rangel gets a single up to deep extra. It's bowler, batsman, extra cover fielding 4 times in this over. Perhaps he needs to bowl just a little bit straight down, Richard.
Yeah.
Which he's given a little bit of width. 80 for 1. Griffiths come into the last ball of his 4th over. Gone for 27 at the moment. So a bit expensive as he comes in now and bowls again short and pulled away this time. Out to deep mid-wicket for a single. 13 off the over. Selman retains strike at 80 for 1. He's on 43 and Rangold giving him good support. He's on 31.
So that's 22 off the last 2 overs. And Morgan really accelerating nicely. What they didn't do well, and what I mean is what they did do well, so to speak, is that they didn't panic, these two, in the power play when they could have done at 30 off 10 and think, oh, we need more off the power, we need to be 50 or 60 off the power play, but I think they worked out the pitch and they needed to be in there. Selman in particular picked up his 1s and now getting the chance to accelerate as Ahmed is in, tosses it up nicely, but just turns his wrists on it. Selman works it out through that straight mid-on area down towards long on, picks up 1.
You've seen Barnes, Davis, Griffiths and Ahmed, and there will be another ball, I'm sure.
Ahmed is in onto the legs of Rheingold, turned it to square leg, but more or less straight to Rishi
What do you
Patel,
suggest?
so no run. The spinners will come on. I mean, we'll see George Rhodes, who usually fiddles a few fairly tight off-spin overs. Likewise, Aaron Lilly. Ahmed tosses it up, and it's driven out through mid-off, down towards long-off. Ed Barnes fields. Singles fairly readily available with the field as it is at the moment. He's looking to toss it up. He's giving it a chance, Rian Ahmed. He is in and bowls. You can see the work on the ball, but it's foolish again and flicked out to deep mid-wicket by Selman. He moves on to 46 now, off 52 balls. Been a really good innings by him. Measured, but effective because he's picking up runs almost every ball as Ahmed goes into Rheingold, plays it off the stumps to mid-wicket, out towards the field on mid-wicket. Swindle's hands start to go into the air, but it's just not sort of quick enough off the pitch to really trouble the batters. It might have been the googly on that occasion. Ahmed is in and bowls down the leg side. Swindle doesn't get anything on it. I think it may have flicked the pad and it's going to run away for 4-leg byes. Yes. Umpire Baldwin signals as much. So again, a really good productive over for Glamorgan. 9 off it again, so that's 31 off the last 3.
And the scoring rate has jumped. What's it now? It's
Nearly
moving
5.
Nearly 5 and over.
Yeah. Wow.
So that's a minimum if they carry on of 250, 270. And it's not raining at the Oval, so they tell me it would go start there, coming from the east and come over, or would it start from the west, or I don't.
The Oval's sort of down there, straight behind the Turner Centre, so the weather tends to come from over the electronic scoreboard here. But we've been very lucky with the weather. We've had pretty much full games, certainly up here in Leicester, most of
perhaps
the
it'll miss
season.
Middle of the country, who knows. We've got a change of bowling at that far end. Rhodes coming on as predicted by Richard Ray. To bowl, what, a little bit of off breaks?
Yeah.
So, and he comes and bowls his first ball, which is a little bit flat and pushed away on the onside by Reingold. A tumbling stop there as the ball jagged away from him at short mid-on.
Davis sort of anticipated, was running to his right, then suddenly had to sort of swivel and go to his left. And I think he was relieved.
Rhodes, after one ball, decides that he's going to come over the wicket and is clipped away by Reingold for a single, easy-paced pitch now, and it really is a batting, perhaps not a paradise, but it's a very good pitch. Glamorgan have moved on to 19, making the most of this and laying the foundation of a sizable total, you would have thought. Rhodes from that far end bowls, and it's clipped away, that familiar shot to one of two men on that. Well, there's a mid-wicket and a cow corner and a long on. Ball with an off-spinner obviously coming in to the leg stump. It's the aerial route, of course. There's a big gap there. There's only a long on. There's no long off and nobody behind extra cover. Oh yes, there is. There's a man sweeping. There's Rhodes with his off-spin. Comes up, tosses this one up and a reverse sweep down to fine leg, and he's going to get 4 runs. A stifled appeal, but he got a bat on it, and Reingold playing the modern shot as gets 4 runs. I think they've I thought they'd got the scores mixed up. He moves on to 38, needs 3 to get his career best in the list A, and he picked that rather well. 95 for 1. In comes the next ball, and that's pulled away. An appeal for LBW, and it's given. LBW, there was Reingold trying to pull that last ball, the penultimate ball to mid-wicket. It hits in front of the pad. Richard, just going to have a look at the replay. And
it was very straight. The only question was it just might have been high, but it was very, very straight. Here's the replay. Oh. It just shows the appeal, unfortunately, but top of middle stump, basically.
Yeah.
Tried to pull it away, and just didn't come on quickly enough. Good innings from the young man. He did a good job for his side. He'll be disappointed not to have gone on. He did so much hard work to get into that position. Needed that wicket, Leicestershire. It was a good partnership for the second wicket.
Yeah, 95 now for 2, and that partnership is worth 92. And he gave his partner Nick Salmon, who is on 47. And this brings the Glamorgan captain, Kieran Carlson, to the wicket. And he will join Nick Salmon, who's played pretty well. And Rhodes will be delighted at having been called on to bowl his first over as off-spin. With his penultimate ball, gets an LBW verdict. Now there's a little batsman who will not settle down. He'll be immediately into his game. He's had an excellent first-class season, 500 runs, well up in the averages, and must be said he's captained this side well. He's been thrust in at an early age. He's carrying about 24, 25, and he's adapted well. And normally he feels close to the wicket, but he's a wonderful outfielder and has stayed at mid-on, mid-off with his bowlers. And for the new batsman, Rhodes has quite rightly brought a slip in. And one of the men has come in from that cow corner boundary, and he's an orthodox mid-on. So he'll attack from the start now, Rhodes, as he bowls the first ball. to Carlson. Carlson goes back and plays it into the covers. There is no run, and some applause I'm sure we'll get for a good first over there from Rhodes. And Glamorgan, 95 for 2. Despite the wicket, 6 runs off that over. And we have had, is that 20 overs? I think it's down the bottom there. 20,
it is indeed.
20 overs. And the scoring rate 4.8. And pretty even. Perhaps Glamorgan a little bit in the ascendancy, Richard, but nothing much in it. Another wicket or two and then you're back. Leicestershire's game.
Game nicely in the balance at the moment. Yep, Kieran Carlson, born May 1998, so he's still Nobbitter youth. Whitchurch High School.
Famous school, that. Famous school of Sam Warburton, Gareth Bale, would you believe?
And Gareth
the cyclist.
Geraint Thomas as well.
Geraint Thomas, that's right, yeah.
Gareth Thomas, former rugby player, of course. Geraint. Yeah. A great sporting pedigree at Whitchurch. Griffiths is going to replace Ahmed at the pavilion end. Interesting decision from Lewis Hill. They've just swapped them round eventually as Griffiths is in and bowls line and length to Selman, who very correct and then holds the pose as he defends that one back down the pitch to the young man from Ormskirk. What would Kieran Carlson do if he was in charge of county cricket? He'd make entry free for championship matches, play half the season with Duke's balls and the other half with Kookaburra balls. The strangest thing he did during lockdown was faking a break-in to scare my housemate.
Don't believe everything you read in that.
Absolutely. In goes Griffiths and bowls and reaching for that one, wafting at it. Selman he just couldn't resist it. He didn't really go for it. He rehearses a much more forceful attacking shot, but he just wafted it. It would have been awful, wouldn't it? Especially on 47. So he got away with it, just drifted past the outside edge into the gloves.
Combination, I think, there, Richard, of overconfidence and lack of application. Kick your leg and get on with it now and forget about it.
Griffiths is in to him. Bowls a full toss that is driven, but a good diving stop away to his left. He'll feel again, perhaps, Nick Selman, that he missed out on that occasion, and indeed he raises his right hand and just smacks himself on the right thigh, really. It was there to be driven away.
There's a big one there because the ball went behind the fielder and Selman was unsure whether it had passed him or whether he'd had the ball in his grasp. But
as well never to run on a... There's something in that, not to run on a misfield, isn't there? For sure. Griffiths is in and bowls, and a slightly short ball onto the hip, which Selman drops out into the leg side and then drops his bat in mid-run for some reason, completes the single, and then walks down to pick up his bat, having picked up one, moves on to 48, 96 for 2, a comedy of errors.
Yeah, it hasn't been the short of incidents, has it, this innings of Selman, but he needed it, and 2 runs short of 50.
I'm going to have a look at that replay of the leg before. Show it to you again in a second. See what you think. As
look down from here.
Griffiths is in, bowls to Carlson, a little bit of bounce, and he plays it well defensively. Let's start it again if I possibly can. Here we go. It was absolutely straight. The only thing was height, possibly, but he's not particularly tall, man.
Bowlers will say, for once, give us a chance.
Yeah, you don't get many these days.
No,
well, it doesn't seem that way. Griffiths is in to Kieran Carlson, gets a ball that bounces and beats the outside edge. Again, a slightly uncertain, wafty shot played by Carlson, but Griffiths finding a little bit more, as sometimes is the case, going up the slope than down the slope. Just a little bit of extra bounce for him from the pavilion end, and a much better over from him as a consequence.
And well done the captain, because he changed ends, and that was easily best over the Griffiths' ball. Is the single coming off it, and the wicket taker in the last couple of overs, Rhodes, is to continue with his offspring. And now then, How many are you going to have on the leg side? Not only, of course, it's going drifting on the leg side, the off spinner. We know how Selman plays, and he's got 1, 2, 3 saving 1, and a man halfway back to the boundary at a deep mid wicket. Selman, will he go inside out? There's bags of room there. Anyhow, here's Rhodes, comes in and bowls, and this time he found the gap in between mid on and mid wicket and gets his 49th run. 97 for 2. Now, he as a batsman, as I say, will either be darting down the pitch or...
Well, if he can be there on 100 not out after 40 odd overs, and then lovely for everybody else to play around him, really.
Exactly.
And that, I guess, would be the object, really.
A long way to go. A long way. Not even halfway at the moment. Here's Rhodes and into the right-handed Carlson. Carlson plays it up towards mid-off and doesn't get a run.
They tell me that these are filled out digitally now, so that it should be fairly foolproof. There are days of paper forms being left around the dressing room. Oh.
Rather up his shot there as Rhodes bowls to Carlson to get off the mark. He played it a little bit in the air. It was perfectly safe in the end and goes down long on for Carlson's first run. In the old days, it's cricket's hoo-hoo. They used to toss it up. I'm from cricket's hoo-hoo. Will you fill this in, Mr. Ray? And his pal would... I'll do it for him, and he must get the most odd things in there. Selman looking for his 50. Will he get it here? No, he won't. Yes, he will. He's bisected mid-on of the bowler. And there is his 50. So a good innings there by Nick Selman. He's been short of runs in this competition. And he has had 3 fours. Is that 80?
60 balls.
60 balls. 88 minutes, 3 fours. I thought there were more fours than that because he had 2 in succession, didn't he? Anyway, good innings. Glamorgan are on 99 for 2. Here's the next one. Down he comes, Carlson, and there's the 100 for Glamorgan up to long on. So the 50 and the 100 coming in the same over.
22nd.
Yeah, 1 ball short of the 22nd over, and it'll be Rhodes to continue. Last ball, any balls? Selman is forward. Another single, 101 for 2.
Updates time between overs, jolly good. Hello, Glamorgan, 101 for 2 after 22 overs. They have just lost their second wicket, that of Stephen Reingold, who played pretty well for 38 before going back to a delivery from George Rhodes, missing as he tried to turn it to the leg side and being given out leg before wicket. Made the score 95 for 2. Nick Selman, who opened the batting for Glamorgan, he's just gone to his 50. He's 51 off 61 balls. He's been joined by his skipper, Kieran Carlson, who is 2 not out. Innings nicely in the balance at the moment with Glamorgan, 101 for 2.
As there were changing ends then, umpire Cook followed the wicketkeeper Lewis Hill 5 or 10 yards to talk to him and kept on going. He cannot keep still.
Griffiths then in from the pavilion end, bowls to Selman, who drives pleasantly, doesn't really follow through, steers it out into the offside. Sam Evans is the sweeper in front of Dave's manual scoreboard, a good 20 yards inside the ropes because it is so far out there. Single taken by Selman, moves on to 52. Run rate up to 4.6 now. So
they've paced it pretty well,
yeah,
haven't
they have. They have, and it's been a very good last 10, 15 or so overs for Glamorgan after a tricky power play, opening power play. Griffiths is in, drops a little bit short. Carlson goes back, turns it out to the sweeper on the leg side, who is Louis Kimber. Comes in off the ropes, throws on the bounce to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Single taken again.
I don't know if Leicestershire, Richard, are a chasing side. I'm convinced the reason perhaps that they did insert Glamorgan was because of weather and a chase in the Duckworth Lewis stroke, the man I can't remember the third name in that system. Duckworth Lewis.
Stern. In goes Griffiths and bowls, defended by Selman. It's just an odd characteristic of his that when he plays a certain kind of defensive shot, then he doesn't move his feet very much, and he just plays the ball firmly back down the pitch on the offside. John Stern, former editor of Wisden.
Yeah, I know John well. His edits...
May still be the editor of Wisden.
I think he is, yeah.
I beg his pardon if he isn't.
A good man is John. Journalist, lots of newspapers before
Indeed.
they stopped covering.
Indeed.
Which is a sad indictment of covering cricket, especially first class.
Griffiths is in, bowls on off stump. Forward is Selman defending. He's cross with himself because he thinks he maybe ought to have steered it into the gap, but it was a pretty straight delivery, and sometimes you have to nod and say that one wasn't able to get that one away. Wait for the next one. Plenty of time. 27.2 overs still remain in the Glamorgan innings, and they're into three figures. 103 for 2.
It's brightening up, Richard.
There's a bit of blue around, but where the weather it's coming from, it's sort of coming from the sort of east, well, the clouds are sort of moving across us at the moment.
Good way.
Griffiths is in, bowls,
Shot.
and that one he has worked into the gap. Should pick up at least 2 as Evans sprints round, picks up around about deep extra cover, about 15 yards inside the ropes, and indeed 2 taken by Nick Selman. He moves on to 54. Now 105 for 2.
You've got to earn your runs on this boundary way to our left, haven't you?
It's a
Your boundaries,
longer
rather.
way. Sam Evans is going to improve his steps count. I think we're rather beyond these days. It's rather old hat now, isn't it? The number of steps taken in the day.
Yeah.
As Griffiths is in again to Selman, and a nice straight delivery. Selman can only defend out into the offside. Rishi Patel picks up and then tosses the ball to Paul Baldwin, tucked into the umpire's pocket. Different ball from each end, of course. Glamorgan, after 23 overs, are 105 for 2.
As you described there, Richard, he bowled that last ball a straight delivery, and that's what he wasn't doing when he was bowling from the Bennett end. He was hit for 2 successive fours to extra cover by Selman, but he's been changed and he's bowled much better this end. Because he's now, what's he gone for 35, and his first 2 or 3 overs really went at somewhere around 9 or 10 and over. Rhodes to continue bowling his off spin, and he's bowled a couple of tidy overs, taking the wicket of Rheingold, and he is going to be bowling to Kieran Carlson, who's just come to the crease and is not out 3. Very defensive field here. 3 on the onside, saving 1, also 3 on the offside. He comes over the wicket, bowls the first ball, and is clipped away, bisected the fielders at fine leg and deep mid-wicket. They'll get 2, they'll think of a third, but Selman decides against it, as if to say, well, look, there's no real need. If this is the 49th over, yes, we'd have a scramble and get another one, but absolutely no read. That ball just drifting down the leg side and helped on its way by Carlson. 107 for 2. As in comes the next delivery. Oh, that's short. And Carlson, his around Midland leg, has stepped away a yard to the leg side and hammered it up to deep extra cover for a single. Improvisation there. He moves on to 6. Selman waits. In comes Rhodes, driven back down the pitch. Good delivery. Bowling a nice line here is Rhodes. And the batsman not tempted because there's a long off and a long on, waiting for that shot. In comes the next ball. Oh, he moves right across his stumps there. If ever there was a candidate, Richard Ray, for LBW, it's Nick Selman. But he gets away with it. He's perfected it, as we say. Rhodes just steadies himself from that Bennett end, comes in, bowls, does it again, moves across, tries to work it through the... And you think to yourself, well, why not try and pierce the extra cover there? Because there's a huge gap between the sweeper and the man at extra cover who's in close. But credit to the bowler, last ball coming up. And it's bowling now to Selman. And Selman goes forward and pierces the gap and gets a single off the last ball of the over, but still only 5 runs off it, which is commendable. Score moves on to 109 for 2. Selman was moved on to 55. Carlson is on 6th. Batsman out. Hamish Rutherford, who was brilliantly caught by Rhodes, it did backward point. One-handed diving catch off Davis for 1. And we had that partnership of 92 between Selman and Rheingold before Rheingold was LBW to Rhodes for 38 and 109 for 2. Comfortably placed Glamorgan at the moment with, what have we got, 1 over to the halfway stage.
Ryan Dawson on Twitter. Any news on why Steele isn't available or playing? Well, he's available. He's in the squad, Ryan. Wasn't scoring quickly enough, so surely 50 overs would be better suited to him. Griffiths is in. Pushed into the offside by Nick Selman. Just sufficiently wide of off stump to make him play on the offside. Out it goes to Rishi Patel, and there's no run. And he points out that here we are with a 4th opener of the campaign. Well, Welsh's injury, I suppose, obviously in the home game against Derbyshire, affected that. Patel has opened throughout. Swindles in the last game. In goes Griffiths, bowled, short, pulled around the corner, out towards deep backward square. Kimber gets to the ball, picks it up two-handed, and a decent throw next to the stumps means it's just a single for Selman, who moves on to 56. 110 for 2. Di Davis, yes, apologies about that, putting coffee cups too close to the commentator cam. But it's better than cycling shorts, as some of you know, hopefully. I keep forgetting about that camera. I've warned Eddie, but Eddie's always immaculate, you see, and always behaves extremely well. In goes Griffiths and bowls a slower ball, driven hard back to him by Kieran Carlson. Sticks out his right hand, and that, I suspect,
I think that might have been 4, yeah.
Stung Gavin Griffiths, but he managed to deflect it to mid-on, and there was no run as a consequence, so that will ease the pain.
As a broadcaster, as you well know, Richard, you have to be very careful, A, what you say, and B, how you conduct yourself. But in these modern days when you have cameras everywhere, it's like candid camera, I'm afraid. So you try and say the right things and try and act as a gentleman.
It helps being innately gentlemanly, Eddie, I'm sure.
Yeah. Oh.
110 for 2. Halfway through the 25th over, Griffiths bowls. Good length delivery, and Carson looking to get forward, looking to be positive, has to defend it. Holds up his bat to Nick Selman as the ball bounces out to George Rhodes at backward point. And there's no run.
A lot of criticism on social media. I'm not going to read them all out, but of England's system at the moment by some very esteemed journalists. Steve Brinkley used to be the
the Independent
cricket
corps.
Peter Hayter, much respected. He used to be the Mail on Sunday.
Griffiths in, bowls Fuller this time, thick inside edge as Carlson goes for the drive. It runs a few inches past leg stump out towards Rian Ahmed at fine leg, and the single is taken. Could easily have gone on to the stumps, didn't. Carlson moves on to 7, 111 for 2.
Yeah, Nelson's on the board.
What has Stephen had to say?
Well, basically, I'm not going to read them all out because there's a little bit of language in some. Annie Chave has said, what the H is going on in our loved game at the moment, or words to that effect. No comment from this box.
Griffiths is in, good length, pushed out to mid-on. Going to have to scamper Selman, but he does, and once again Lewis Hill is inaccurate from mid-on. He's had 3 attempts to throw the stumps down at the non-striker's end, and everyone has bounced past. Hill
now,
not accurate today. End of the over, 112 for 2. We are at the halfway point of the innings.
Yes, and I think Glamorgan will be quite happy at the position. They would have liked more wickets, I think, Leicester after insert in, but a lot of cricket left. Going back to that, and it happens in every game, and I ask every commentator, how often do you see them hitting these days? I would say, and I really would say, 1 in 10, 2 in 10, which the amount of practice they do is rather surprising. Yes, Rhodes to continue, bowling a very useful spell of off-spin here. He's bowling to Selman, bowls to him now. Selman's forward, plays it back down the pitch. He has bowled, let's have a look, 3.1 overs, 1 for
15. Yeah, 2 for 54 off his 10 at Warwickshire, George Rhodes.
He'll settle for that, 5 and over in this sort of cricket. Here's the next ball. Driven, beats orthodox mid-on. And people used to say Jaunty Rhodes is one of the finest cover points, but when you think of the strike and hitting stumps, he was well behind Ricky Ponting, which is an interesting statistic. And he practiced so much of doing that before the game starts. In comes Rhodes and bowls. Carlson, twinkling feet, comes down and hits it up to long on. This is what you see, of course, in the middle overs of 50-over cricket, is, as I call it, milking time.
Mm-hmm.
Ones, twos, 5 and over until you get to the last 10. 114 for 2 is Rhodes. Under good skies now. And Salman this time makes room for himself and gets a single down to long off.
Key thing is to keep wickets in hand for those last 10, 15 overs, isn't it, really? And then they can legitimately target 280, maybe even 300 at the moment.
Yeah. This is played and very well fielded. I think is that Ahmed fielding it?
Rishi Patel.
Rishi Patel, very well fielded there. One-handed, diving away to his right. There's Rhodes, who took that brilliant catch to dismiss Rutherford, seems a long time ago now, decides to come round the wicket. And he is bowling to Kieran Carlson, who has got 8 singles to his name. And he comes again and bowls, and this time it's well... no, it's not. It just evades the bowler. He gets another single. End of another useful over. Keeping things tight at the moment. And what will you say? He has bowled 4 overs. He'd probably bowl right through now if he maintains this accuracy. 4 overs for 14?
19.
19.
1 for 19 from his 4. So I suppose anything under 5s on a decent track isn't too bad. Ahmed's going to come back on now, though. Griffiths, having bowled at 7 overs, none for 36, and not exactly dragged his figures back towards respectability, but he's improved them considerably over the last 3 overs, having been very expensive in his first 4. He's taken off now. They might keep him for the last 2 or 3 because he does have a good slower ball, Gavin Griffiths.
Right.
So, Rian Ahmed, 17 from his first 3. He does have a new batsman, or at least a batsman who is unfamiliar to him to bowl at now, in the shape of the Glamorgan skipper, Kieran Carlson. Kieran Shah Carlson, that's his second name. Interesting. I wonder if there's a story behind that. As Ahmed goes in and bowls to him, not much foot movement, pushed out into the offside to Rhodes, no run.
Yes, his mum, Rena, who's a good friend of my sister's, and she worked with her at a time, and I think
Ahmed is in, cut away out to the point boundary where the offside sweeper is there. Sam Evans, single taken.
Yeah, I think his mum is from Indian descent.
Ahmed just a little shuffle up to the crease, bowls a long hop that goes back and forces out into the offside. Rather got away with that one. It didn't sit up quite as nicely as it might have done, and someone able to push it only as far out to long off for the single.
Don't you dare criticise Kieran, she'll be listening at every word.
In goes Ahmed, and again it's a little bit short. Carlson tries to pull it away, gets a bit of a bottom edge out towards mid-wicket, and Rishi Patel runs away to his left to field. Singles taken off most of the deliveries so far in the last couple of overs. Ahmed again is a little bit short, but again Selman can't get it away. Stands up tall, but although he plays it firmly, it bounces up nicely to Lewis Hill, who's at a short-ish mid-wicket on the push. Ahmed is in slightly better length, goes back nonetheless, Selman, and steers the leg spinner out towards Sam Evans on the cover stroke point boundary, or coming in from that neck of the woods. Single taken, 4 singles from the over. So Leicestershire, having gone through a period when they conceded a few boundaries, have at least got a little bit of control back on the scoreboard from their point of view. But Glamorgan ticking over nicely. They're 120 for 2 off 27 with Kieran Carlson 11 off 18 and Nick Selman 61 off 79. The anchor role being played to great effect by Nick Selman.
He's played well, yeah. Sanitisation time. Just going back to Kieran Carlson. Had his degree this year after 3 years at Cardiff University. Not sure what he got, and I'm not sure in what studies, but he was saying, we did an interview with him, and he was saying that Glamorgan would be very good so that he could work his studies and play cricket and whatever. Goes back to Steve James, who of course was at Cambridge, and if you play cricket, as you may know, Richard, up at Fenners, that beautiful ground there at Cambridge, he had to get up something in the region of 5 in the morning because it was exams time and he had to study and then get to Fenners by 11 to play in a first-class match. Not easy, I wouldn't have thought.
No, indeed.
Yeah, it must have been difficult. Well done to Kieran. He's got that behind him now. It will be Rhodes to continue. A tiny spell of off-spin. He's going to be bowling Selman, and Selman drives pleasantly to short extra cover, treating him with respect, and I can't think I can remember if Rhodes has gone for a boundary in his 4 overs and 1 ball. Round the wicket he comes. Oh, that's a much quicker ball. Round arm delivery there. He's clipped away by Selman for single.
One boundary he's conceded.
Yeah, he's bowled well. Carlson waits as Rhodes with his off-spin comes in and plays it back down the pitch. He's really is treated with respect. They're conscious, the batsmen, of long off and long on, I'm absolutely sure, because Carlson really likes to get on with it. He's on 11 as Rhodes from that far end comes in, bowls, appeal for LBW, and he's got him again. LBW sweeping, not moving from the crease. Rhodes gets his second wicket, and again that looked as if it was perfectly, yeah, you can't argue with that, I don't think. Richard hit him.
No, he looked a bit disappointed, but as you say, he's not bouncing over the stumps, and he was sweeping off the stumps. Looked to pitch about off stump and maybe just turn in a fraction. He obviously was on the front foot, but these days umpires know it's going to go on. Carlson goes for 11.
Rhodes keeping Leicestershire certainly in the game, because Carlson is the 3rd wicket to fall with the score at 121, which is a useful score, but Glamorgan by no means getting away as the new batsman Billy Root marches to the wicket. Another busy batsman, good runner between the wicket, but often when you see him into his stride, he gets out.
It's from the back, he looks so like a Root, doesn't he? The way he walks, only because we're familiar with Joe's walk, of course, or Glamorgan fans and Nottingham fans, of course, or familiar with Billy's.
Yeah, got 50 against Warwickshire in the first game, then 2 36s, and the last game this week he had a 18, and then with 1 ball with 1 run to win, he decided to have a dart at someone bowling at him. He was out, and Glamorgan eventually won. But he's a busy player, and he's going to face Rhodes, who's taking 2 wickets, and he'll get to bowl at a left-hander with, if there's a bit of turn there, the ball moving away from the left-hander's bat. He has his first ball. Round the wicket comes Rhodes, and it's pushed away up to short mid-wicket by Root, and there's no run. Much will depend now, of course, on Nick Selman, as in comes a much quicker delivery, which Root has to get down on. Well bowled again to Rhodes. 5 overs, and he's taken 2 for 20. You cannot ask for much better than that, Richard Ray.
No, indeed.
And as I said, he'll probably bowl right through. He's bowled half his allocation. He's been easily the most accurate and best bowler we've seen. Carlson
obviously will be bitterly disappointed, but he'll also be learning from that, I'm sure, and maybe taking the pace off the ball. The off spinners will prove the hardest to get away. when it comes Glamorgan's turn to bowl. Rian Ahmed continuing to purvey his leg spin from the pavilion end. Quite a lot of blue sky around now as he goes in and bowls to Selman, who leans forward, pushes it firmly as ever through mid-on down towards long on. Aaron Lilly comes in on off the long on boundary to field, single taken.
Going to try and bring you some up-to-date scores if I can. Here we are.
A little bit of a delay while Root takes strike or takes guard from umpire Baldwin, and there's a little bit of a consultation between Lewis Hill, George Rhodes and Rihan Ahmed. Just trying to see if anything's changed as a consequence, but he's going to be spinning it in to the left-handed Root. In he goes, and bowls drops a little bit short and outside off stump. Root can go back and chop it away through the offside in front of square, out to Kimber, out there on the extra cover boundary, single taken.
An ominous score, I'm afraid, from Trent Bridge. India 88 without loss.
Ahmed is in, bowls very full, and Selman is disgusted with himself as he drives it out to Sam Evans on the cover boundaries. He was registered anger with himself as soon as he'd played that shot, really, there, Nick Selman. It was tossed up, but he was crossed there, basically driven it straight to the field and could only pick up one instead of a 2 or a 4 that might have been on the cards otherwise. Ahmed is going to go around the wicket to Root. 2 men behind square on the leg side, inside the circle, backwards square, and on the 45. Should have some footholds to bowl into, but not there he won't, as he drops very short again, and Root just goes back and works it out towards deep square. Evans comes in and throws, but good running by Root, and Selman did in fact make it into 2.
So India now trail by just 89 runs with all wickets in hand, and we're only on the second morning.
Could not have gone better for them, really, could it, so far?
No.
That test match.
Durham 149 for 4 against Lancashire.
Ahmed is in to Root. That's a better delivery. Root still went back and pushed it out into the offside, but not with the degree of certainty that he played his previous couple of shots. It was a little bit outside edgy. Along the ground it went all the way, and he did pick up 1. So still picking off Ahmed, who's conceded 6 runs from the 5 balls of the over so far. He is in again to Selman, fullish on off stump, driven out to long off. Ed Barnes comes in to meet the ball, single taken, 7 then off the over. Glamorgan 128 for 3 now, 4 to Billy Root, 65 to Nick Selman, and for some reason the scoreboard doesn't want to show Rian Ahmed's bowling figures at the moment. He's just got George Rhodes up there. I'm not quite sure why.
Somerset at the Oval are struggling. They've lost some quick wickets. They're 125 for 6. Moriarty, who I think is going to make a very good left-arm spinner in all forms of cricket, 2 for 20 off his 6. And against Glamorgan, he took 2 for 25, 1 ball short of 10 overs. As here, Rhodes continues as this is driven and beats short mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. So advantage Surrey, you would have thought, there in that near top of the table clash. So Glamorgan will be eyeing that.
Oh.
But having said that, I spoke to David Harrison, who is coaching Glamorgan while Matthew Maynard is away in the other competition, and one of the players came in as we were talking, and I just break off. As Rhodes comes in, bowls a flat delivery, which Root pushes away for a single, and said to David, we were in the middle of a little chat, he said, have you seen the table? I don't want to know anything about the table, said David Harrison, just go out and play, which is a sensible thing to do. It's no good saying, if we win there and they draw, or if it rains there, you just play, and that's it. Round the wicket comes, and Selman is content, quite rightly, just to push for singles, picking up more or less a runner ball. And Glamorgan inching on, not too quick at the moment. It says 131 for 2. In comes Rhodes and bowls the left-handed Root, who tries to play down the leg side, and a wide is given by umpire Cook. who's probably going to have a word now with the bowler. No, he doesn't have time because he's past him quickly. Bails were taken off there by the wicketkeeper Lewis Hill, but all is well, and off we go again. Next delivery is pushed away in the same direction, Root coming across his stumps, and a perfect example of milking. So 4-5 runs off this over. 133 for 2, and we are in the 23rd, coming 2 balls left. In comes Rhodes and bowls. Well flighted delivery. There's a single here up towards deep mid wicket. So far is a runner ball, extra ball for the wide. 6 runs off the over, and Rhodes is coming to the end of his 6th over. Round the wicket from the Bennett end for bowlers now, and Root is forward and just tickles it round the corner. Good response from his partner Selman. There's another single, 7 runs off the over, and Glamorgan quite comfortably plays 135 for 3.
Well, at this point you usually say double it, don't you, with 20 overs to go, which would give Glamorgan 270,
which is quite
obviously,
healthy, yeah.
which would be very much in the game. One
Having
feels.
said that, you know,
Leicestershire
Richard,
would quite fancy chasing 270 on this.
Why they keep saying that is because you think to yourself, well, halfway, yeah, but the next lot of batsmen are not as good as the batsman above you.
But 2 minute Root just about in now. Well, he's only faced 8 balls, but he looks
Comfortable.
comfy, as you say, and in the mood. He's worked it nicely, and Selman, of course, going very solidly indeed. Rian Ahmed to continue. He's going to come around the wicket, is he? No, because Nick Selman was basically just standing in the wrong spot. He moves round and he goes over the wicket and bowls a full toss to Root, who drives it for 4.
Yeah.
Just a nice low full toss, and Root just waited for it. Didn't try and overhit it, but hit it very firmly straight back past the bowler and just past the stumps and down through long off. A very straight long off for 4. So a perfect start to the over for Billy Root. They can now look to work Ahmed around and maybe see if there are any loose balls as well. He goes in and bowls, goes back and cuts out to Kimber, who's out there on the pretty much cover boundary. Had to move to his right to pick it up on the point boundary.
A busy player is Root. All of a sudden he's on to 12.
He's timed it really nicely, actually. He's timed it better than anybody since he came in.
You don't notice when he just knocks it around the odd 4.
Ahmed is in to Selman, who is forward, turning his wrists on it, pushing it through very straight mid-on down to long on for 1. Best part of the day now. Lots of blue sky around, and we're in good order now, and we're going to be fine certainly through until the end of this innings. That is for sure. But where the clouds have been coming from, it doesn't look too bad either. So we are hopefully, as BBC Radio Leicester's weather forecast have been saying, set fair. Back goes Roots and forces it out towards wide extra cover. Kimber dives away to his left, makes a good stop in front of the meet, saves 2 runs. Root picks up a couple, moves on to 14, I beg his pardon, now. 14 off 11. He really does look in the mood. Billy Root.
Mid off goes right back now.
Ahmed is in to him. He goes back on that one and plays with a degree of comfort again, just turning it past square leg out towards deep mid wicket man. Comes sprinting in off the boundary, Sam Evans. Root takes a single, 15 to him. Just looking to pick up the scoring rate a bit. It's perfectly good at the moment, 4.7. Updates time coming up as Ahmed goes in and bowls. Selman straight through, straight mid-on again, down towards long on. Jogs 1, content with Root looking busy to give his new partner the score. And Root busy enough to shed a sweater. He takes his helmet off, wanders down to have a word with Nick Selman, and on comes the Glamorgan 12th man to retrieve said sweater.
Yeah, 16 runs, 16 or 17 runs of the last 2 overs, which will keep Glamorgan moving forward. 145 for 3. And just looking at the rest of the batting order, Tom Cullen, the wicketkeeper, who's played extremely well, had a 60 odd and a 37. Joe Cook, who opens in the championship. And then you've got Andrew Salter, Lucas Carey, very useful players, and James Wheel, who can wield a bat in the middle of that. There's watch the off spin now. 7th over coming for Rhodes as he bowled, and here's the reverse sweep coming up, and that's going to be 4 runs away. Beats the man at short fine leg. Very well executed there.
Beautifully played.
And no threat whatsoever. And it's early days yet, but Selman must be thinking, man, I'd love to get 100 here. He's on 74 at the moment. And Glamorgan moving on to 148. Or was it 146 for 2?
Updates time for BBC Radio Leicester. Rhodes is in. Down the wicket goes someone. Flicks it out towards deep square. Picks up a couple. Here comes the update. Yeah, Glamorgan going nicely. They've just brought up their 151 for 3. This is in the 32nd over. Last man to go, Kieran Castle, the Glamorgan captain, who swept at a delivery from George Rhodes, missed it and was given out leg before for 11. Nick Selman continues to go nicely, though. He's moved on to 76 off 91 balls. He's been joined by Billy Root, the brother of the England captain Joe Root, and he too looks in good nick in going to 15 off 12. Glamorgan then in the 32nd over, 151 for 3. Back with you online. That's worked out too long on by Selman for another single. The sun warms us, Eddie.
I can't believe it. I'm still having Radio Leicester in my ears. I'm listening to the weather forecast, which is fairly reassuring. As we wait for Rhodes, tucked away there out to mid-wicket by Billy Root, who used to have 66 for obvious reasons on his back, but now has changed this year to number 7.
Interesting. Why? Any reason? Why did he say why?
No,
because Joe is 66 as well, isn't he?
So someone asked me, why 66? And I said, please think a little.
Yes. One of the less difficult ones to work out.
Have you ever been down that highway in America? That's another single. End of the over, tidy over again. So they come in 6, 7s and 8s at the moment, which is ideal for Glamorgan. And Leicestershire, as we wait for a sanitisation break, will be wanting to get a wicket or two, just to put pressure. 155 for 3, because if it stays like that up to the 40th, 43rd or 4, you'll see a flurry of activity, because Glamorgan will go as quick as they can to try and get near 300. That would be the idea, but it looks a good pitch.
It's possible. It's possible. 20 off the last 2, and again they've picked it up really nicely. Yeah. Root's played really nicely since he came in. Looks in good order. And having to make a change again as a consequence, Lewis Hill. Ahmed has been taken off. A little bit expensive. Hasn't really been a pitch here for him. Not quite enough help. Not
enough
bounce or pace in it.
Pace, yeah.
For his style of leg spin. So Will Davis, who bowled his first 5 overs for just 16 and picked up an early wicket courtesy of a fine diving catch from George Rhodes, back on now at the pavilion end. Up the slope he goes and bowls to Root, who is forward, pushing it out to point where Rhodes is the fielder. You heard the call of no from Root. Still plenty of breeze around the ground, but as I say, lots and lots of blue sky now, and the crowd rather basking in it, in the sunshine, enjoying themselves as a consequence. A decent crowd has come in. Kids for £1 today, which is always good.
Brilliant.
Might as well just let them in. You sometimes feel, don't you, really? But in goes Davis and bowls. Root is driving. Again, didn't time it. Sounded a fraction tinny off the bat. Out to Kimber it goes on the cover boundary. Single taken. Root on to 17. .4 overs remain. Glamorgan 156 for 3. We'll be thinking in terms of somewhere close to 300. You would have thought. Davis in to Selman, who is playing firmly and in the air for a few feet out towards mid-on the edge of the circle. Gets to him quickly, so no chance of a quick single.
Very good figures from the opening bowlers. Davis is in his 6th over. Before this is 1 for 16 and a maiden. Barnes, exceptionally good figures. 7 overs and 0 for 21. Griffiths, more expensive, 7 overs for 36.
Davis in, bowled. Little bit short, worked in the air, almost a caught and bowled chance, and he stuck out his right hand, and the fingers may just have brushed the ball. Will Davis, and his reaction suggests it did. Selman looks a little bit discombobulated as he looks down the pitch at the other end, stands in mid-pitch for a few moments. How close was it? Let's have a look on the replay.
You're going down to the left-hand side, and then you've got to dive in mid-air to your right-hand side.
Yeah, it was in the air when it went past him, but as Eddie said, horribly difficult to change direction as abruptly as that. Did his very best. He's a good athlete, Will Davis. Couldn't quite reach out and pluck the ball out of the air. In he goes again to Selman. Bowls, and Selman is looking to drive, can't get it away. It's good length and might just be a little bit of movement, but not much really for Davis, but he's hitting the right length at the moment. So just a single from the first 5 balls of the over.
The other bowling, Ahmed 6 overs, 0 for 38, and Rhodes very steady, 7 overs, 2 for 37. You're not going to argue from those figures as the fine leg comes up now. And is he going to put somebody back after the last ball of the over? This has been exemplary.
On his back as Davis in to Selman, who plays it out to that man at long on, runs across to his left, Lewis Hill. And just the 2 singles from that Will Davis over, his 6th, 1 for 17 for him. Glamorgan 156 for 3 after 33. On comes a helmet for Harry Swindles. So maybe Aaron Lilly is going to have a bowl. He will be standing up to Rhodes if Rhodes continues, obviously, but just wondering whether he might squeeze in a few overs of Lilly just to sort of free him so he doesn't have to bowl Ahmed more than a couple more.
Digressing, Richard, you know David Hops as well as I do, who's been writing on cricket very well for many, many years, and says, a quote, "I like structure very much," says Virat Kohli.
I like what very much?
Structure.
Structure, okay.
Dosh, he'd struggle then in English cricket, says Hopsy. It's full of it today, I must say. It's taken a bit of a battering, the old game.
You're on camera.
There we are.
There you go.
An awful sight, really, but there we are.
It is going to be Lilly.
It is. Why, I ask myself.
Just I think to get the overs in, I suspect, before the final power play, or get a few more overs in. Just give himself some more options, perhaps.
Here he is then. Aaron Lilly comes round the wicket and bowls. Is tucked away on the onside. Former Lancashire player, of course.
It'll be sort of similar to the Rhodes stuff, really.
I hate to remind you, but I was watching Leicestershire. I think it was because we missed last year, maybe the year before. As Lilly comes in, and I was watching on television when I think you were in the semi-final at Trent Bridge, and Lilly, very close finish, came just running in, missed it. Do you remember? That was the game. For Leicester.
Yes, Eddie, we do remember.
I'm sorry to remind you.
It's a hugely traumatic moment in the lives of Leicester supporters over the last 10 years. Yeah. Yes, it was, because the game was won.
And I thought, oh no, because I was rooting for... So the next ball is... there's a bit of a mix-up here. Oh dear. Selman again, he's careering down the pitch and then he's sent back. Why? I don't know.
The quarter-final last season against Nottingham.
It was last year. Oh,
yeah.
And it was to be a famous win coming up. Anyhow, Lilly bowls, and that's played backward to square. Nice line here, because he's got 2 men in the semicircle, saving that little tickle round the corner. He's famous, but he hasn't played one for his reverse sweep, says Billy Root. I wonder. Here it comes. No, he's not going to do it. And Richard Ray, I might tell you, was having the brunt of the sun coming straight at him with the window open here.
It's nice and warm. Love it.
That's a nice looking shot there. Square drive. They'll think of a second, and they will, because both these are pretty quick, especially Root between the wickets. Good over, though, from Aaron Lilly. The reason I questioned it, because Rhodes had bowled so well to take his 2 wickets, and if he's in that groove, now why not keep him on? But they know far better than I do.
160 for 3, 16 overs to go. I want at least 120 off those 16. I'll get the 280. I still think they'll be thinking in terms of 300.
It's a big boundary, sorry. It's the big boundaries, aren't you? Thinking of attacking and trying to hit 6s at the end. But of course you have got a man less out, haven't you?
Davis to continue from the Bennett end. He has got mid on and mid off on the edge of the circle at the moment. His men out are behind square. He goes in and bowls to someone who clips him away to one of the men out on the leg side. Louis Kimber, who's out there, getting to know the spectators, I'm sure, in the popular seats, comes in off the boundary. Single taken by Selman, 82 to him off 101. So his strike rate nicely at 80s. Doing a very good job for his side. Root 19 off 19 at the moment. Waits with bat raised as Davis goes in and bowls to him on his legs and a little bit short, so just tucks it away out towards deep square.
The problem perhaps, and it's in the lap of the gods, if there is rain coming around tea time or whatever it is, Paul Nixon will have to think, now, do we start going hard or do we keep wickets? And it's always difficult, isn't it?
But you have the DLS on the board, so you know where you want to be.
Exactly.
It is usually an advantage as Davis is in, bowls, and again, flick of the wrists, the Selman wrists, takes it off stump out towards deep square, takes one, comfortable enough. No seam left on the ball, no movement left on the balls now, each of them 17 overs old, effectively now. And it is now a case pretty much of damage limitation, you would have thought, for Leicestershire. 163 for 3, how much damage will Glamorgan do? Davis bustles in rather and bowls, holds it back a bit, but nice drive, reaching for it by Root. Kimber, good work down there on the extra cover boundary, sprinting away to his left, saves a couple. Root, again, a beautiful piece of timing. He has timed the ball really sweetly since he came in, picks up a couple, moves on to 22. He has sort of read the pitch straight away, so to speak, and it does look a lot lighter already with the sun on it, doesn't it? There was a little bit of green on it early doors, but now it looks nice and flat, which will please Leicestershire, who, waiting as Davis goes in, appeal for leg before, sounded very wooden from up here, tried to turn it into the leg side.
Wasn't interested.
No, well, it was going down the leg side and it sounded like it was bat. Otherwise, it was probably there or thereabouts, but Davis turned to appeal. Sometimes I think they do it just to sort of make the batsman not take one, something like that, to think about it. But it's been another good over, relatively decent over from Davis. 5 from it so far off the first 5 balls. Can he come out of the over strongly? In he goes past umpire Baldwin and bowls a slower ball and waits for it, looks to drive but doesn't time it, and Hill gets across to his left to make the stop, so does get out of it strongly. Will Davis, he finishes with a dot, 5 from it. Glamorgan 165 for 3 from 35.
Yes, it's steady cricket at the moment, and Glamorgan going along at what are they going wrong? Nearly at 5s, which
30 off the last 5 overs exactly. Then and, these two
look pretty well set at the moment. They've what have they put on? 44 for this 3rd wicket, so it's been steady cricket at the moment, and it'll be Aaron Lilly's off breaks to continue bowling to Nick Selman. And he's coming round the wicket and bowls the first ball of the over, which he goes back to Selman and cuts out to deep mid-wicket where Kimber fields. He's had a lot of work to do today. One little fumble early on, but since then he's saved a couple of boundaries, it must be said. Athletic young man as the field adjusts for the left-hander with these 2 men waiting for that little dart down the backward of squares. The next ball is played in that direction and they come through for a single. Now if he's going to save one there as he is supposed to, Perhaps the bowler won't be too happy with that.
I think if you're right on the edge of the circle, you're almost not there to see.
No.
You're there because you have to be. You're not allowed out of the circle, are you, I guess.
Next ball is driven to mid-on. There's no run. Every ball being played on its merit by these two batsmen. 167 for 3. Here comes Lilly. This is played away again up to me. Bowling to his field is Aaron Lilly and rushing through his overs, which is good for Leicestershire. Settles again to Salmon, waits down the pitch and plays that up towards long on. The flick of the wrists, and he gets another single. One ball to come. No boundaries conceded as yet by Lilly in his 2 overs. Still the sun shining down on us as Aaron Lilly comes into the left-handed route, and route is forward, plays it in a little gap there and gets another single. So the same pattern continues for Glamorgan, just 6, 7 and over, the odd boundary, and just keeping up with the clock. They're quite happy to do 5.47, which is quite a healthy run rate.
It is.
169 for 3.
I think this sun is doing the pitch a lot of good.
As we say that, there's some darker clouds. One positive thing about these clouds, Richard, is that they've got a strong breeze, blows them over us.
Yeah.
Trying to be positive.
Down there to the southwest, it does look very dark now, but hopefully it will whip it
Some of it
away.
will go down to the left of us, perhaps.
Might be raining in Worcester, somewhere like that at the moment.
Well, I came through Worcester on the M5 yesterday. It was torrential.
Was it?
Absolutely.
Davis, I suspect, will probably bowl out. He's going to go around the wicket to Billy Root. Bowls, a little bit short. Root back on his stumps, just turning it out towards square leg. Sam Evans comes chasing in from deep-ish square leg. There wouldn't be any point in him going back to the boundary because he'd be so far away. There would be 2 to him without question. And they've strengthened the offside now as that single is taken. Rhodes it is who goes in at sort of backward point, almost deep gully really, deepish gully, almost on the edge of the circle. There is a third man as well. Davis back over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Selman. Swindle standing up to him now as Selman goes back to delivery just outside off stump, works it out to Evans, coming in off the cover boundary now. Left-hand, right-hand combination. And, well, he must be advancing down the wicket a little bit, Selman. Brings up the 50 partnership with that single, incidentally. 24 to Selman, 25 to Root from that 50 runs, and the extra, of course, as well. It's come off 52 balls, so good stuff from this Glamorgan pair. Davis around the wicket to the left-handed Root is in. Fuller looking to drive, times it nicely, but only as far as Lilly on the edge of the circle, who formed the long barrier. I think it bounced up off the pitch and hit him rather amidships there. He looked very pained for a moment or two, picks himself up, tosses the ball to Davis. 3 balls bowled in the over so far, the 2 singles taken. Davis, as the wind gusts, goes in and bowls to Root, can only work it back up the pitch towards the bowler, who takes it in his follow-through. It's been a really impressive spell. Both of his spells are so far from Davis. He continues to bowl with really good control. 171 for 3, just the 2 singles from the first 4 balls of the over. Staying around the wicket to Root, who is stepping across and looking to force it out into the offside. There is the big gap in the covers. Kimber is the fielder, of course, on the extra cover boundary. Fields, so single taken. Root on to 26. Selman has 86 from 107 balls, so his strike rate has been very consistent at pretty much 80 throughout his innings.
Just to say how a little bit on the slow side, Swindles is coming up to Will Davis. up to the stumps.
It has been for Selman.
Yeah, probably
at the
batting
start of the
outside
over,
his
so
crease,
just
isn't it?
yeah, exactly, just to keep him back there as Davis is in, bowls on off stump, dropped out into the offside, realises that Patel isn't exactly on his heels, but he has a bit of ground to make up to get the ball to his right, and there's a single to be taken, and does, but Leicestershire and Davis will be pretty happy with that. Just the 4 singles from the over, 173 for 3, just 13 left now in the innings. 300 looking at the moment a distant prospect. 270, 275, perhaps more realistic.
But a wicket will change it all. A couple of quick wickets, and then you adjust your sights. As Aaron Lilly to continue for his 3rd over. He bowled 2 pretty accurate overs, as he will bowl Nick Selman, who is probably in a century, as he's in the 80s. What is he, 87, is that?
87 off 108, yeah.
In comes Lilly for the first ball, and it's down the wicket with Selman, and he's clipped it mid-wicket for a single. They go through and brings the left-handed route to face the off-spinner. All the 8s, 88 to Nick Selman, who's batted through the innings and played pretty well, it must be said. Anchors the innings in the absence of Rutherford, who departed in the 2nd over. In comes the next ball, tossed up and is hammered away out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's first bounce. It's not first bounce, it's first 6 in the innings. It was pitched outside the leg stump and helped on its way there by Billy Root. So the first maximum, and that hurries the score along to 180 for 3, and Root has gone very quickly on to 32. Here comes the next delivery, and that's cut away on the other side of the wicket, and it's going to be a couple certainly, and it stopped a couple of feet inside. They're going to come back for the 3rd. They're both pretty quick runners, so that's a good start to the over. 9 off 2 balls. The injection seems to be coming now in this, what are we?
38th.
38th over.
Yeah, needed to do this route, I think. Done it well.
And comes the next ball, and Selman is forward, as if he wants to give the bowling to Root, the more aggressive of the 2 batsmen. So they scamper through for a single. 184 for 3 as Aaron Lilly with his off breaks bowls the Root. Root goes back and cuts to a short delivery backward of square. There'll be another 2 runs here as it's picked up. Yes, says Root, and this is a very productive over.
That's Abhi Sikandar out there, former Sussex
I
medium
remember,
fast bowler who's been brought to the Uptonsteel County Ground.
This goes down the leg side, and the wide call there by Nick Cook, the umpire. 14 off this over. Another ball to come as Root moves into 2nd gear.
Oh, don't start that.
And don't know what happened there. He stopped
He
him.
pulled out and warned Selman, who was advancing down the wicket.
In comes the next delivery, clipped away for a single, and Root keeps. Yeah, 2 thoughts on that. End of the over. Glamorgan moving on 187 for 3, and that was Root's over. He's up to 37. Yeah,
15 from the over.
15 from the over, but I know the Mankad business thing came into it then, but if he is taking unfair advantage, it might have been the 2nd time, so sometimes I suppose you've got to,
Yeah.
I tell you what I don't like, and my 15-year-old grandson plays sort of junior cricket, and you see a bit of that going on. I've warned him.
Mancadding, or just warning? Do you mean
warning,
mancadding?
and once mancadding, to which the kid said, well, I have warned you twice, and you think, but I don't like to see it. That's your old-fashioned, Richard, I don't know.
12 overs to go. That was I think the most productive over of the innings for
14,
for Glamorgan. With that,
I think the little word might have been said, okay, Selman, you just stay there as much as you can to the end, and Root, okay, if you want to play a few shots, you got a license. So it appears.
Well, Davis has been taken off. They've gone back to Ed Barnes, who bowled 7 overs on the bounce at the start of the innings. And as Ed said, just conceded 21 runs. Might be a bit different now as he goes around the wicket to Billy Root. A little bit short. Cut nicely by Root. Nicely timed, but he's picked out the man at backward point, George Rhodes, and straight to him it went. Got away with that one. The Yorkshireman, Ed Barnes. Known, Ed, by his teammates as the coat hanger. Ed Barnes, because he's slightly, if you look at him, you can sort of see why, I think, probably. He's just slightly sort of sloped shoulders.
Take long, these cricketers, to give you a name, do they?
Well, at least it's original, isn't it? It's not. I'm sure he's also known as Barnesy or whatever. But in he goes and bowls to Root, who goes back and just works it out through the gap between backward point and extra cover out towards Kimber on the offside boundary. Takes 1, moves on to 39 off 35 balls.
Some threatening clouds approach over the Bennett stand. But I think I've spoken too much about the rain. That hasn't arrived.
Yeah, we're going to be okay. Fingers crossed. He says.
Not optimistically.
Optimistically, not absolutely convinced of the fact. Barnes back over the wicket to the right-handed someone who flicks down the leg side as appeal for a catch behind. There might have been a noise, suggests. And there's no signal from the umpire, so it must have hit something, but it clearly was the pad, which saved the wide being signalled. Otherwise, umpire Baldwin's arms would have been immediately extended. That rare thing in white ball cricket, a dot ball. Barnes and Davis grin at each other as Barnes approaches his mark.
They've stuck at their task, it must be said, the seamers.
Turns and runs in past umpire Baldwin, bowls foolish, dug out rather by Selman, but slightly wide of Davis, moving to his left at mid-off, and so can take 1. .189
so
for 3.
The latter middle order now will have licence if they come in.
Yeah, they've got a few wickets in hand. If these two, as I say, can take it sort of into the last 10, then it could yet be 300. Barnes back over the wicket to the left-handed Billy Root, who steps across and looks to turn it into the leg side. It's a bit straight for him to do that, and ends up pushing it towards mid-on. Ooh, updates time. These half hours are ticking around quickly, which must be a good sign. Must be entertaining cricket out there.
Yeah.
190 for 3. 1 ball to go in the over. Barnes and Davis again have a word. Here comes the update. Yes, champion down here as well. Glamorgan 190 for 3, coming to the end of the 39th over. Billy Root, brother of England captain Joe, is 39 not out and playing very nicely indeed. Picks up 1 leg to go on to 40. So too is Nick Selman, the opener, the Glamorgan opener that is, has been there since the start, and he is 90 not out off 112 balls. End of the 39th over means that there are 11 remaining in the innings. 191 for 3 the score. If they can get somewhere close to 290, even 300, Glamorgan will feel they've got a good chance of going on to win the game. Leicestershire will quite fancy it though on a flattish wicket. Glamorgan 191 for 3. It'll be champion pet. It's one of the latest BBC Radio Leicester slogans, clearly.
Now then, the off-spinner, Liddy, who suffered at the last over, has been taken off. And is this Gavin Griffiths coming back? Let's have a look.
It is, yes.
It's bowled a couple of expensive first overs and then changed ends and got back into his stride. So 191 for 3. They'll have to go a bit if they get 300, another 100 runs in 11 overs, but this is what you would expect, certainly in 2020 cricket. But they'll do well to get that far. I think more in the region of 270, perhaps 280, which will be interesting. Gavin Griffiths is coming round the wicket. He'll be bowling to Billy Root, who's played a very attractive innings, timed the ball, as Richard was saying, since he came in. And he would face this very defensive, as you would expect, field now for the last 11. Griffiths in from the far end, bowls the Root. Root tries to dab that down, doesn't get anywhere near it, and it goes through low down to the wicketkeeper.
Both been praising him to the skies, and then he plays the worst shot of his innings, inevitably.
He'll be trying his very best to accelerate here, Billy Root, because he will not be eyeing 50. He'll just try and get as many as he can.
There's loads of overs left there. I think they could just get 300 here, Glamorgan.
111. In comes Griffiths and bowls it. This is driven powerfully out towards deep. It's not. It's just, I thought he'd hit it harder. It's just a cover, but they go through for a single. 41 to Root, 192 for 3.
However good the pitch, if you're 290, 300, you're in the game. Surely,
yes.
You know what one feels in Glamorgan, and they're playing good cricket at the moment in this form of the game. They're not.
It's sensible cricket.
Top of the table for a reason, and they will squeeze. They will look to squeeze when the turn comes to bowl.
Here's Griffiths goes over the wicket to the right-handed Selman, who clips it away down towards deep mid-wicket. Will they think of a second? If it was over number 47, probably would have, but they decided not to, because it's only number 40.
Leicestershire without Marcus Harris, remember, in this game. The Australia international has gone home early. Concerned, I think, about sort of quarantine and getting back in time to the start of the Australian. Yeah.
As have done Labuschagne and Nisa from Glamorgan. Here's Gavin Griffiths, comes in from the Bennett end and bowls the Root. Root clips it away just in front of him, not far, but they scamper through for a single. Sensible cricket being played at the moment. Quite accurate bowling, and Glamorgan is nudging along. Haven't played any outrageous shots and just hit the ball to the boundaries. Well, it's been a poor delivery. The sun has disappeared. There's some cloud cover. The breeze away to our right on the trees, quite fresh at the moment. Griffiths stops, aborts in mid-wicket, and a flurry of the arms from Nick Cook as if he's feeling cold, as he probably is. He's still going.
I think he's lost a bit of weight, Nick. Looks in good shape.
Great character. Former Leicester, of course, and Northhound's left arm. Spinner for England. In comes Griffiths, bowls. This is played away into the gap, up to deep extra cover. They go through for a single.
I don't know if you noticed, Eddie, when you were walking down behind what is now the Geary bar, there are some sort of pictures of Leicestershire players who've gone on to play for England that are sort of behind that as you walk up there. But I always wonder why Nick Cooks isn't up there as well. It should be a nice big picture of Nick, but I was teasing him last time. It's been a while. Said we probably couldn't get a colour one of you, Nick. They're all probably in black and white or something.
Yeah, he's a useful
attracted a mouthful.
Yeah, great character. Yeah. It's lovely to have these characters. You get them in cricket.
There's a picture of Raymond Illingworth, so there should be one of Nick Cook, I think.
In comes the next ball, and it's played away. I don't think the pitch is all that quick, as you said early on. It's not coming on, so Glamorgan's bowlers will have to adjust their lengths. And that's the end of the 40th over, at which Glamorgan are 196 for 3. So they
again, the 30 off the 10. The 30 off the 5. So they're just basically keeping. So yeah, 60 off the last 20. Off the last 10. So, but no wickets lost. So 6 and over and no wickets lost. Coming into the last 10, I think it's a strong position. And I think they have pushed now for 3. And then this could be a couple of big overs. Rian Ahmed's coming back on. 6 overs. None for 38. The young leggy. He's gone for 6.3. And I think we will go for we'll try and attack him here. Where would you try to hit him? He's got a long on, a long off, a deep extra cover and a deep backwards. Has he got a deep mid-wicket?
Very, very unusual not to see him Root play the reverse sweep. But he has got himself out a few times this season, so he must have said to himself, right, that's it.
Well, that would be the shot, wouldn't it? Because
they're up.
Backward point is on the edge of the circle, sort of
Fine leg up too.
Fine leg is up too, so I think that may be where he's going to try to hit him. Let us see. Ahmed is in, tosses it up, and Root just confounds us again by simply turning his wrists on it and working it out towards shortish mid-wicket and jogging one. Maybe Selman will be the man to take it on.
I suspect it to be Mr. Root.
Not on 92, you would have thought.
No.
Maybe he'll go a couple of fours.
He'd done ever so well to anchor this innings after the early departure of Hamish Rutherford.
Ahmed over the wicket to Selman, who is driving calmly out past Rian Ahmed down towards long off Ed Barnes Fields.
You can picture Rutherford sitting there watching this placid pitch and thinking, I've sat here since 11 this morning. Out to an outrageously good catch. It
reminds me of Jeff Boycott's story. In goes Ahmed, who bowls, and Root turns towards short fine leg, but Griffiths isn't particularly quick to the ball, and he takes one anyway. Getting out early, actually being run out by his opening partner don't think it was John Edrich. Can't remember who it was. Possibly. In goes Ahmed and bowls, tosses it up, gets to it on the full Selman, but checks his drive really, pushes it out to long off, and there's no run. But when his opening partner went on to score a century, Boycott shouting down the ground, "There, my runs, you're scoring, my runs." Runs, R-O-O-N-S, runes, he used to say, didn't he? 200 up for Glamorgan. 41st over. Ahmed is in, goes for the big slog sweep, almost loses his footing Root, and he went, I think it might have been the googly, and it turned past the outside edge, and beautifully bowled by Rian Ahmed, but missed the stumps, and although Swindles took the bails off, Root just had his back foot in.
Didn't pick it.
Ahmed is in, slog sweep in the air, down towards deep backward square. Going to be cut off down there by George Rhodes, and a good throw by Rhodes.
Beautiful throw.
With the wind, such as it is, but it was a long way from down there, and it reached Harry Swindles on the full, so Root has to pick up just the single. He moves on to 46, keeps the strike, 201 for 3 Glamorgan. With 9 overs to go. That was a decent over from Rian Ahmed.
Not bad at all.
Conceded just 5. Good over from the young man.
Wind is up now.
Yeah, where's the charge going to come from? Can there be a charge when it's not quite coming on? But
if it's that sort of pitch, they might have thought, well, so and so, 270 we'll look for. It might be enough.
Yeah.
They'll know out there as Gavin Griffiths prepares to bowl, and he's about to bowl his 8th over. That's pulled away a short ball, but had to pull it down as just a single, and he goes on to 4.
Scores on the ground so far have been 279 for 4, 275 for 7, 327 for 7, 329 for 3.
Yeah, so anything around 270, 280 would be challenging, I think.
That short ball didn't come on at all,
no.
did it?
Unless he held it back.
Yeah, it could have been a slower one, but
over the wicket now to Selman, who's on 96. In he comes, Griffiths, and bowls. Selman cuts, and he's gone through, and that's his 100. Ball coming over the boundary now, and that is Nick Selman's 100. Muted applause from the crowd.
98, I think he's on now.
It's 98, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that just as well. I thought he'd moved on from 96.
He'd
a
got
bit far away for me with them.
The Leicester crowd more generous. They would have given him a round of applause if he'd got his 100.
It might come now. 98 anyhow, that's a boundary. 204
Shocking
for 3.
Piece of fielding, has to be said.
Yeah.
It's
2 runs needed for a century from Selman. It comes up, and he's clipped it away up towards mid-on, 99. So anti-climax for you listening at home, but didn't have my real specs on then, which is was it, you reckon, 200 yards away, the scoreboard?
Well, about 150 maybe.
Yeah. Anyway, 99 he's on, and I better stay on, see if he gets his 100. Root is on 47, he's in sight of a...
Floodlights come on.
Yeah. Gone up a little bit darker. As Griffiths decides he'll come round the wicket to the left-handed Root and bowls to him now, and Root cuts fiercely backward of point and will get his 50. So 50 to Billy Root, a good 50, an attacking 50. He timed the ball, as Richard was describing, very much from the start.
47 balls, 2 fours and a 6.
6. So just 2 fours, that surprised him, but a good innings there. And it looks as if Glamorgan are looking to attack now. As the score has all of a sudden gone up to 211. And this is a profitable over.
Yeah, 10 off it so far, first 4 balls.
Root waits again. Griffiths is up and bowls and he's played away up to short extra cover. Where's Selman going? He's going halfway down the pitch. Probably knows there's 1 ball left and wants to try and get that 1 ball. 99 to Selman, 51 to Root. And this is a productive partnership. Put on, how do they put on? 90.
121, the score when they came together, so yeah, spot on.
Last ball of the over. 3 men, saving 1. Bags of room if he bowls it around the leg side, because he's got a short, fine leg, a long on, but 2 men on the boundary, so you only got to dab and run as Gavin Griffiths prepares to bear the last ball of the over. He's over the wicket now and bowls short outside the off stump, and there'll be runs here again. Whether it's going to run away for 4, it's gathering speed, but stopped just inside there by Barnes, and they get 2 more runs, so that's another productive over. 13 is it off it, and when you think it's looking gloomy, all of a sudden you see bright skies behind. I don't know. So if you don't mind, I'll just stay on to describe if Selman gets his 100.
No, that's fine.
And
2 to the Vuvuzela from Stench down there. Why, one wonders.
So it is Ahmed to bowl, and he'll be bowling to Nick Selman, who is on 99. He's anchored the innings from the start, valuable innings for his side, as he waits now as in comes Ahmed and bowls to Selman. Full toss, and he hits it straight to short extra cover. He had acres of space to hit that, but he didn't. As Ahmed comes in from the pavilion end and bowls to Selman. Selman's forward, plays it up to long on, and that is Nick Selman's century. A very composed 100 from the Glamorgan opener. 120 balls, he's hit 5 fours and has been at that crease since the start of the innings. 100 to Selman.
It's a pat on the back from Billy Root. He mops his brow. Hard earned. The fact that he just hit 5 fours tells you that, but he kept the scoreboard ticking very nicely. Ahmed is in to Root. It's the googly, but it's a little bit short, so he can adjust. He goes back and pulls it away down towards long on. Takes 1. Root onto 54. 215 for 3. The wind gets up under the dark cloud again, but light where the weather's coming from again, so I think this is going to blow across. Ahmed is in. Down the wicket goes Selman. All he can do is push it though to Rishi Patel, who's at shortish extra. He twiddles the bat in his hand in irritation as he walks back. Takes guard again. Ahmed tosses the ball from hand to hand. Just the 2 singles from the over so far. In he goes, drops very short, goes down the wicket, and turns it around the corner down towards Gavin Griffiths, who is just behind square on the leg side. Takes 1 again. Good so far from Rian Ahmed. 3 singles from, beg your pardon, yeah, 3 singles from the first 5 balls of the over. In he goes to Root, finishes over, goes for the slog sweep, misses it, hits the pad, bounces out on the offside, and there is no run. So just the 3 singles from it. 216 for 3. 7 overs remain.
And you would think now with these 2 have put on 5 runs short, 95, that as we have a sanitisation break, that these 2 now they're having a chat, and I think both of them have reached their landmarks. 100 for Selman, 50 for Root. That they might just take it up to 45 and then give it the big charge with so many wickets in hand, or might even just play as they play now, because you have to have new batsmen in, and as we have another burst from the gentleman downstairs on his what do you call it?
It's a vuvuzela. Do you remember those from the South? Those big plastic sort of trumpet things.
Yeah.
Popularised during the World Cup in South Africa, whenever that was, decades ago now, but still extremely popular with Stench.
Yeah. I just say, Phil, how very saddened I was to read last year of the death of Phil, who was downstairs.
Big Phil, yeah.
Big Phil. Well, I remember him because I've been coming here for many, many years. Such a helpful man, and if you wanted anything, Phil would look after you. I know a lot of Glamorgan supporters were very saddened to hear about it, and he will be much missed. He used to stand there, and anything the players want, or anybody really, and he'd always be there for a chat, and a big supporter, of course, of the Tigers, and he was Leicester through and through, and I think a lot of tributes have been coming up from Wales in memory of a top man.
I appreciate that, Eddie. I think everybody at Leicester does. Yeah, miss him on a daily basis, and the bell
Big Phil
that you'll hear struck from time to time or rung from time to time is inscribed in his memory.
Yes, I heard it was going up, and I often think of him. So it'll be Griffiths to continue.
Ed Barnes.
Ed Barnes, rather, to continue. Well, I say continue. He's changed ends, and he's coming up from that far end. And he is going to bowl to Selman. Pulls out towards mid-wicket. One of three men on that leg side boundary. Fields and returns. Glamorgan 217 for 3. Iron 270 to 80. And then we'll have the half-hour break. I'm just glancing at my watch. I've got a 2 o'clock update for BBC Wales, which I'll have to pop in next door.
Give yourself a few minutes just to make sure that aligns and everything is working.
Yeah, well, I'll go up perhaps after this. Okay. Perhaps not as early as that. The bowler boards in his run-up. 54 then to Billy Root. Very attractive half-century from him. As in comes Barnes. Barnes bowls to Root, who clips it away. There are men dotted around the universe, as they say. 2 out on the leg side boundary, 3 out on the offside boundary, and for Root anyhow. The absolute charge hasn't come as yet, has it?
No, it's curious, isn't it? If kind of 260 Leicestershire would be delighted with, 300 Glamorgan
and 280 both sides.
Exactly.
Barnes bowls, and that's driven up to mid-off, just the single. He moves on to 108 to Selman.
As I say, it may be that there's just the pitch isn't quite coming on as we thought it might. So it's early on. It's a good pitch basically, but
and the eagle eyes of someone like Michael Hogan will have noticed that. One of the leading wicket takers in this year's competition. Waits now as Barnes comes in and bowls the Root. Root drives powerfully out to deep extra cover. Again, it's single. Get on with it now at the end of that over. And the partnership has reached the 100. 101 has been put on for the 4th wicket between Billy Root, of which Selman got 43 and Root 56.
Yeah, 97 balls for that 100 partnership.
So that's very good. I'll just nip in next door if I may then.
Oh, of course.
To see if my listeners are attentive.
So, there is a ball left in the over. I didn't realise. I thought that was it, but it's as well that Eddie goes to make sure everything is up and running. Just finish off this over then from Ed Barnes. Goes in and bowls to Selman. Works it away out towards wide-ish mid-on. Scrambling across to his right. Out there is Lewis Hill. Single taken even so comfortably enough. So end of the 44th. 2-2-3 for 3. 6 overs to go. Root 56. Selman 106. Could not be better set in the circumstances. Glamorgan, 2 batsmen very much in out there. Root has played really nicely for his 56. Selman extremely solidly for his 106. If they can somehow pick it up a little bit, get 8s or 10s, that's what they'll be looking for. 10 and over from here gets you gets Glamorgan up to 285, 290. And it is going to be Rehan Ahmed to bowl his 9th over, in and down the wicket and hit for 6. Selman advanced down the wicket and lofts it high over the long on boundary, and may even have cleared the cricketers, really. It was or between the pavilion, the end of the pavilion, and the cricketers' pub away to my right. And it may be a new old ball is required. Umpire Baldwin marches towards the case of replacement balls. Ed Barnes saves him a little bit of a trip by picking them up and taking them out to show him. He's going to pick one that is pretty battered. Well, Ahmed tossed it up, and Selman advanced down the wicket and hit it quite beautifully with the wind as well, but it sailed high over long on for as big a 6 as I've seen for some little time on this ground. Selman on to 112. First ball of the over as well, so having gone for just 3 singles last time out, Rehan Ahmed 6 off the very first ball. Work to do to get out of this over without conceding too much in terms of damage. 229 for 3. Ahmed tosses the ball from hand to hand, learning all the time. The young man does his 4th game in Leicestershire senior team. Goes in and bowls. Down the wicket again goes Selman, but Ahmed sees him coming, drops a little bit shorter, and Selman can only just work that one away through mid-on down to long on for a single. 230 for 3. Plenty of dark cloud around at the moment. Lights shining brightly. Ahmed into Root, who advances down the wicket, turns his wrists on it, pushes it out towards deep mid-wicket. Evans comes in and fields. Again, just the single. In goes Ahmed and bowls, pulled out towards square leg. It bounces just short of the boundary. Really good work out there, running away to his left by Will Davis. Stops the ball bouncing over the ropes. Almost got there, Davis, but it did save 3 runs. Ahmed is in, bowls to Root, short hit in the air, over wide, extra cover, 1 bounce for 4. Well, this has been the over I rather anticipated last time out against Ahmed, when Selman and Root have tucked in. And so far, that makes 6, 7, 8, 9, 13 from the over. 1 ball to go. Ahmed in to Root, who attempts to sweep, gets a thin bottom edge down towards short fine leg where Rishi Patel fields, and the single is all that the batsman can manage. Still 14 runs from the over. Glamorgan 237 for 3, 62 now to Billy Root, 114 to Nick Selman. Play Up Pompey, hello, has been on Twitter. Explaining how lucky I am to be commentating alongside Ed Bevan, the Richard Burton of Trebarnos. I don't think Ed, who is next door, realises how popular his tones are, his mellifluous tones are, as Play Up Pompey points out. Rain has started in Coventry, says Steve Roberts on Twitter. Trying our best to keep it our way. Judging by where the clouds are going, they're sort of going from southeast to northwest, Steve. So it may be that clouds that are over you at the moment will be slipping away further to sort of to the northwest and will miss us. Hope so, anyway. George Rhodes coming back on at the Bennett end, and he's going to go round the wicket to Billy Root. Bowls a horrible long hop that is cut away by Root from outside off stump, top edge rather, and it's going to run down to third man for 4. Could easily have gone to one of the 2 men behind square on the edge of the circle on the offside, Sam Evans and Ed Barnes. It went between them in the air, and having done so, ran further on down the hill over the rope. So again, a very good start to the over as far as Glamorgan are concerned. A boundary from the first ball, ideal. Root on to 66 as Rhodes goes in, again wide outside off stump, chopped away, this time in front of point out towards Aaron Lilly, who comes in off the cover boundary, feels, and one is taken. Root 67, 242 for 3. Little bit of confusion in the field as the field is changed for the right-handed Selman. Rhodes and Hill in discussion now. What's the cut-off time? Such tiny numbers underneath. I think it's 2:31. As Rhodes staying around the wicket to the right-handed Selman, bowls to him. Down the wicket he goes, thick inside edge, as he tries to punch it out towards deep mid. The Rhodes is in, bowls, looking for the reverse sweep, appeal for leg before, and he's got his man. Billy Root went for the reverse sweep, didn't get anything on it. Leg before wicket for George Rhodes. A third wicket for Rhodes, a third leg before decision given by Nick Cook in those circumstances, and Root, I think, just about knew his fate on that occasion. So, fine innings from Billy Root. 67 he made. He faced 60 balls. He hit 4 fours and a 6. And you've been described on Twitter, Eddie, as, and I quote, the Richard Burton of Trebarnos is back with us.
Description of my little village in Westwell, by the way, Richard.
Good innings from Billy Root.
Yeah, just what was needed.
It was, yeah, super not. $60 balls, as I say, for Root. Four fours and a 6.
Yeah, big partnership that, wasn't it? 113. Sorry, 123.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we've got to send the big hitter in, James Wheel, instead of Tom Cullen. So obviously they want to accelerate now these closing overs.
Rhodes 3 for 44 now off his 7.5.
Yeah,
this is the last ball of his 8th over. Round the wicket he goes to James Wheel, who is forward, just pushing the ball back up the pitch to the Leicestershire all-rounder. End of the over. 244 for 4.
How many overs we got left there in the far distance? Is it 4? They've got not going to get 300, but I think they're going to get a competitive score.
They might, you know. 54 off 4, but it'd be a big ask, yeah. But updates time if they hurry. We'll get it in between the overs.
Incidentally, this is
4 overs left in the Glamorgan innings. They are set fair to score around about 280, maybe even 300. But the Foxes have just picked up their 4th wicket, and a 3rd wicket it was for George Rhodes. A fine innings from Billy Root, the brother of the England captain Joe. He made 67 off 60 balls, hit 4 fours and a 6. Nick Selman is there, though, as he has been since the start of the innings. He's 115 not out off 130 balls. He's been joined by James Wheel as Glamorgan try to push towards that 300. They're 244 for 4. And we did get it in between overs.
Oh, we got here 90.
Griffiths
to bowl.
Last over.
And it will be at Nick Selman from the pavilion end. And he is coming round the wicket to try and tuck Selman up. But he's got the short boundary away to his left. He bowls. And has a huge wipe at that. And excuse me.
thick
sneezes, the
bottom
ball
edge.
is coming out the bottom edge, was through to the keeper. Cut him out stuff now, isn't it? As the bowler tries to deceive the batsman, try and bowl a little bit wider, the batsman trying to heave it.
Yeah, it was a good slow ball.
Somebody hit a 6 earlier on as I was transferring boxes.
Huge 6 Selman hit. Huge
Where did he
blow
hit it?
off Rian Ahmed over. They lost the ball, so I think we're in between the cricketers and the end of the pavilion, but it was a huge blow.
And here's Griffiths comes in and bowl. And that's a nice looking cover drive which goes out to deep extra cover. They gallop first one quickly, and even Selman won't try a second. Good flat throw coming in from the boundary. James Wheel hasn't done much in his first season with Glamorgan, but he did get a very attractive 50 in a 2020 match up at Radlett against Middlesex, and struck the ball very, very far and hard. So he's been sent up in front of people like Tom Cullen, who's more of a correct looking player, and also Joe Cook, who opens the batting. But I suspect in the championship, when that's restart, it'll be Nick Selman coming back into that position, because he's certainly earned it by that innings we've seen today. I know it's not the same, but it's virtually a championship innings because you've got 300 balls. So Wheel has surveyed the scene, and he has yet to score. He's only received one ball. It's Gavin Griffiths to bowl from this end, the pavilion end, and he's coming in now. I was going to come in, but not everybody's ready. Men dotted around the boundary. 4 of them. The lights are on, as we mentioned earlier, and here's Griffiths to bowl to Wheel. And Wheel has hit that hard and high in the air. There's a chance of a catch. It'll be difficult. What a great catch.
What a catch.
Oh, well, we thought
Barnes.
we'd seen a marvellous close to the wicket catch, but that is a superb outfield catch. My word, I didn't think he was going to get anywhere near it. It was hit down to long on, and on come the whole side to congratulate it. And just to tell you again, to describe, when Wheel hit that, it was a mighty, mighty blow. It would have been a 6 in most grounds. And the man running round the boundary was number 60.
Ed Barnes.
Ed Barnes, the opening bowler, and he ran, dived, took it inches from the turf, caught it two-handed, and well, we see some great catching day, 2 great catches, and that's the end of Wheel, who goes trying to get things going, and he has gone for naught.
Brilliant camera work as well. Congratulations to whoever's doing that on the stream, because they picked up Barnes sprinting around from long gone to deep mid-wicket and taking the catch as well. That's we've seen a couple of very good catches in this innings. At the very start, George Rhodes diving to his right to take a diving catch, and a very different sort of catch, but equally good from Ed Barnes. Fine work from him.
Joe Cook is a new batsman, and he's come in, but they did cross, and it'll be Selman driving up towards deep extra cover. They go through for a single. Good delivery there from Griffiths, bowling into the pitch, Yorker length. Left-handed Cook is in now, and we could see a flurry of wickets, as you so often do, don't you, at the end of the innings when you go wickets in hand. Now Lucas Carey could be promoted if they fall from number 9 or 10, because he does hit a long ball. But it will be Griffiths to bowl, and there are 2 balls left of this over. Then there'll be just 3, so Leicestershire deserve credit here for pulling it back. In comes this ball, and very high and wide, and nothing Cook could do about that. He couldn't reach it with his arms extended. So Glamorgan may have to settle here for about 270, which is a little less than they thought they'd get, probably, but there's been some good bowling. You do have a left and right, which is an advantage for the short boundary as far as Glamorgan's concerned. But Griffiths, canny bowler, comes in again round the wicket, bowls, and that's been struck.
Super shot, yeah.
Goes over extra cover for 6, lofted over there, and 4 runs. So good end to the over there for Glamorgan. 250 is up. And 3 overs, 18 balls left. You're looking at 280 at a pinch.
Selman, who's been there from the start. Been a great knock from him, 117 off 133 balls, and he's got his strike rate up to 88 now from the sort of 80s. That's 6 off Rian Ahmed. Helped, of course, who will bowl those last 3 overs. Well, the first of them, we can say, is definitely going to be bowled by Will Davis, and I suspect the last of them as well, because I think that he's got 2 overs left to him, Will Davis. Yes, he has. He's got 1 for 27 from 8, so he's going to bowl the 48th and the 50th of the innings. And Griffiths, I would think, is bowled out now, 1 for 59 from 10, so Barnes, I would imagine, will bowl.
Will Selman
49th.
Try and get a single and give it a cook for the short boundary as a left-hander?
Lots of pointing going on out there.
3 men on the offside. 5 boundary riders.
It looks as though he's going to bowl straight or at the legs. In he goes and bowls around the wicket. Driven beautifully for 4. Lovely shot from Selman. It was on-off stump, maybe just outside. Didn't get to the pitch of it, but his head was right over the ball and he drove it away very conventionally. There was nothing of a slog about that shot, although it was in the air for a few feet, because obviously he hadn't got to the pitch of it. He steered it into the gap.
He made room for himself.
Yeah,
it's a lovely shot.
Beautiful shot. From Selman, moves into the 120s now, 121 of 134 balls. I wonder what his list A best is, because he must be...
He's past it, I just mentioned.
Getting close to that, that's for sure. Again, in goes Davis around the wicket. Fuller this time, clipped away out towards deep mid-wicket. Should be 2 in it. Good throw, or flat throw. Hard flat throw from Lilly, but always going to be 2. Cook quick between the wickets, running to the danger end. Selman picks up 2 more, moves on to 123. 256 for 5. Davis staying around the wicket. Is in and bowls, and a little reverse sweep, but he's just picked out, or a little reverse paddle, actually. Really, it was a full toss in the end, and somehow he picked out the man that, affected what became backward square, playing the shot he did, and didn't perhaps need to try and innovate as much as he did there, but managed to pick up 1 anyway. Moves on to 124.
I think Cook will eye this short boundary, because there's a mid-wicket in a nowhere position. He's 25 yards in. Now he'll either go over him, or he won't. No, he's going back, which I think is wise. And he'll surely look to that leg side, because his fine leg is up, long on his back. Another man comes onto the leg side now. Yeah, I thought he wasn't going to stay with that, because those where the runs are, because he's not going to hit a 6 over the offside unless he's a miracle man.
Strike rate up to over 90 now for Selman, on to 91.2, but he's watching now as Cook, the left-hander, waits as Davis goes in, bowls to him. A lovely drive, but on the bounce it's stopped at long off, moving away to his right by Griffiths out there. So just a single for a beautiful,
it really is cat and mouse, isn't
drive. It? Beautifully hit drive by Cook. Moves on to 5. Where will Selman try to hit the next delivery? As you say, it's trying to anticipate, but you need your bowler to bowl where he says he's going to bowl. In goes Davis, round the wicket to Selman. A lovely little paddle sweep round the corner of the full toss, down to the very finest of fine legs for 4.
And it's funny how runs come at the very end of the innings. You wouldn't think of playing that shot halfway through the innings, really, but he's played shots all around the wicket. We said that he's an onside player, but he's played quite beautifully, and one of the best innings I think I've seen him play in one-day cricket. 12
off the first 5 balls of the over.
I think 280 must be on, if not 290.
Yeah, this is his list A best, as you said, 128 not out now as Davis is into him. He backs away and then pulls as Davis sees him going, pulls it around the corner, but only as far as Evans at deep backward square. Takes 1, keeps the strike, 14 off the over. Good over for Glamorgan, 263 for 5, 2 overs remain.
12 balls, 263. They look to get 20 off the 2, which will take them to 283. And unless somebody shines for Leicestershire, I think we can put the man of the match down now.
It's a big early call.
Unless someone gets a big 100 or takes 7 for 30.
It'll certainly be a candidate, Eddie, but you never quite know.
And I'm watching a little bit of rain on here. Must be.
Might be just a bit,
yeah.
but
We'll see.
I think we're okay for now.
Right.
Jofra Archer ruled out for the rest of the year.
Rest of the year? No Ashes then?
No.
Here comes Barnes, starts a new over and bowls to Selman. Selman is beaten outside the off stump with an excellent delivery. It was Yorker length, dying in the pitch and through to the wicket keeper.
Scans on his injured right elbow have revealed a recurrence of a stress fracture.
The rest of the year means no Ashes.
Correct.
If it takes place. Barnes looking to try and stifle progress here as he comes in and bowls. And it's an extraordinary shot. He went about 2-3 yards outside his off stump and then paddle swept it straight to short fine leg. And this brings Cook down. 264 for 5. They must work on this all the time, these bowlers, for one-day cricket, where to bowl it at the death bowlers as they're called. .130 for Selman, 5 to Cook, including 1 boundary. Who hits the long ball? There's Joe Cook. As round the wicket comes Barnes and bowls him. On his middle that, and that's going to be caught, and is caught. A deep mid wicket, a long. It would have been 6 into the nets the other side, but man placed there, and Cook dies in the cause. He's gone for 5. And it's 244 for 6.
George Rhodes, the catcher.
Tried to clear it, but it was a big call. And he departs. And where's my guess for the next man coming in? I reckon it might be Carey, or it could be Andrew Salter. Who have we got coming in here? Number 21. I should know who that is.
Salter is 21.
Thought it was. Yeah, I thought it would be Salter because there's another aggressive man.
There is now a bit of rain on the
yes,
falling.
So
I think we'll get through to the end of this innings for sure.
So a wicket has fallen. And here comes Barnes. Selman, they've crossed.
Ooh.
And he's hit the 4. Not really expected. He's trying to hit it into the cricketer's pub, but it's gone down to fine leg for 4. And that's what does happen in these circumstances.
Thick inside edge just past
Very
the off stump.
thick. Yeah, it's that time of the innings. As the score moves on to 268 for 6.
Deserved wicket for Barnes, probably, in the circumstances.
Yeah, and this rain is not. It's coming down. It's not looking too good, I'm afraid. As Barnes comes in and bowls, and that has gone up to deep extra cover. They'll make 2. Superb stop there. Really was a diving stop away to his left, a deep extra cover on this huge boundary, but they'll get through for 2.
Sam Evans diving away to his left.
Excellent. They have fielded well, haven't they? 2 outstanding catches. Score moves on to 270.
Just 1 or 2 slight errors, haven't there, Lilly and Rhodes, but nothing's been dropped, I don't think.
No. Here's the next ball coming in. That's gone over cover. There'll be a couple more runs as it bounces away. 3 fielders converge. Now, will Salter think of a third? Yes, he will. It races back with 3 more runs. So productive over despite the wicket. 10 off, and there's another one to come.
That should be it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
No, that is the over. So 1 over to come, and you'll have lots of fun and games describing it, Richard. 273 for 6.
We said 270, 280, probably at the start of the innings, didn't we?
You did.
Not far off, and that's where Glamorgan are going to be. And it may be that the target will have to be adjusted. It has filled in a little bit away where the weather is coming from.
It could be a
blue
good
sky
game,
is gone, but yeah. Weather will get a prompt start after the resumption, but we'll certainly get through to the end of this innings. It's spitting, but no more, as Davis goes in and bowls to someone who clips him away off his toes down to fine leg, and he's going to go for 2, and he's going to be run out by absolutely miles there. That was an extraordinary call, really. Ed Barnes was the field. It was a good throw going into the stumps. Someone called for the second, hoping, I suspect, that it was going to be a slightly wide throw. It wasn't. It was a good one. But what an innings it has been from Nick Selman. 100 and I think 140, because he'll have got 1 for that. So 140 off 144 balls. Which hear the applause.
And well done, Leicestershire fielders, who have applauded Selman for that innings. Terrific innings by him. Yeah, I'm sure it was 140, because
I think so as well.
Still saying 139.
Yeah, it's sorting itself out, the scorers.
Yeah, 140.
Off 144 balls, 8 fours and a 6.
Yeah, terrific innings from Selman. Tom Cullen, the wicketkeeper, is the new batsman, and here's Richard again.
Davis staying around the wicket to Cullen, who digs it out, plays it out towards mid-wicket. There should be 2 on that occasion, because it's only gone as far as the end of the circle, the edge of the circle, and Lilly had a lot of ground to make up to the ball, and indeed Cullen does pick up a couple. 276 for 7, came right off the bottom of the bat, but that was ideal almost as far as he was concerned, because Lilly had so far to chase in to get to the ball. Davis turns in, bowls, top edged, skied high, should be caught running back at short third man, and is caught going back, walking back, and I think it's George Rhodes out there. The ball has followed Rhodes in the field rather, and he picks up the wicket, or takes the catch that gives Davis another wicket at any rate, and didn't look like dropping it, just sort of marched backwards really, backed towards the catch really, George Rhodes, and took it two-handed in front of him. So Cullen goes, his brief innings caught off Davis for 276 for 8.
Yeah, and batsmen now dying in the cause, looking to get quick runs, and if they get another 4, I think they'll be fairly pleased with 280, and Leicestershire will be saying, yeah, we can chase on this pitch, and let's hope the rain stays away. We can get a good, exciting finish. How many balls have we got left here?
Second wicket for Davis.
2 balls
who
left.
has 3, I think. I'm just wondering why it says wicket +1, whether it on the scoreboard. In he goes and bowls an attempted reverse paddle from way outside off stump by Andrew Salter. Manages to get the ball out to Rian Ahmed, who was out there on the edge of the circle on what became the offside. Single taken by Salter. 277 for 8. Why the extra ball needs to be bowled in those circumstances? Was that first? There's something wrong with that first one. Off the run out. In goes Davis and bowls down the leg side. I think it hit the pad. It looked to hit the pad, and taken by Swindles, falling away to his left, and indeed there is no signal from umpire Cook. So that first one, hang on, what's the, I thought he was then signalling wide, but you never quite know with Nick Cook. He didn't in the end. I think he was just stretching, something like that, as dark clouds continue to gather. In goes Davis and bowls outside off stump, but Carey had backed away and he pushed it across him. He couldn't get back and carve it away, missed it. It was taken by Swindles. A dot ball to finish. 277 for 8 is Glamorgan's score at the end. That was a pretty decent final over from Will Davis in the end. He finishes with 2 for 44. Salter finishes 1 not out. Carey didn't manage to get a run from the 2 balls that he faced. 278 will be Leicestershire's target. 5.5 the run rate that they will need. It's a good score from Glamorgan. Yeah. How good is it? We shall see. Yes. We shall see in about half an hour's time. Hopefully you'll be back with us. Come back to this in about half an hour's time here. BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio Leicester. Streams being shown by both clubs as well on the websites, and of course BBC Sport Online. The highlight of the innings for Glamorgan, fine innings from Nick Selman, who made 140 from 144 balls, and from Billy Root, 67 off 60, to give the visitors what we think, Eddie, is a pretty competitive score.
It's competitive, yes, but
not definitive, is it? It's
no,
we don't
I
think.
Agree. I was thinking in times of 300, but they'd be quite happy because they've got some useful bowlers in their side. And let me tell you, as we go for lunch, the rain has stopped.
Fingers crossed it will stay that way. Back with you, Richard Ray and Eddie Bevan, in around about half an hour's time.
I tried, but we couldn't get through. Was the line working? No. So I just didn't like it. Do you mean that we dial? There was no tone or anything? Dial E, no. And bowls again to Rutherford, and Rutherford plays. Oh, what a catch at cover! He played it into the ball, and it was gone. I thought it was him, and he shuffles down. My word, there is the boundary, and he's hit it hard and high over mid-off, and gets 4 runs. Cuts nicely, lovely looking shot, and that's going to run away for 4. Selman's first boundary, it was short outside the off stump, came on to the bat.
Might be from the other end. In goes Barnes, drops short, pulled by Rheingold out towards deep mid-wicket, and he is going to pick up 4. Barnes cross.
He bowls to him, and Rheingold dabs that down to third man. We call it the Steve J.
And bowls to Rheingold. It does turn, but slowly, and he has to reach for it. Dabs it out to wide. Third man takes 1. Update to Rheingold, and it's a looping delivery that's driven away out towards wide extra cover. And as Eddie said, it does.
It's a nice looking shot up towards deep extra cover. I think that's going to go away, is it?
Oh, underneath Kimber's dive.
Comes the next ball, and that's driven through cover. This might run away here. It will for another 4. So Griffiths just loses spin, comes up, tosses this one up, and a reverse sweep down to fine leg, and he's going to get 4 runs. Stifled. Comes the next ball, and it's pulled away. An appeal for LBW. And it's given. LBW, there was, will he get it here? No, he won't. Yes, he will. He's bisected mid-on of the bowler, and there is his 50. So a good innings there by Nick Selman. Comes Carlson, and there's the 100 for Glamorgan up to long on. So the 50 and the 100 coming in the same over. Appeal for LBW, and he's got him again. LBW sweeping, not moving from the crease.
Toss to Root, who drives it for 4. Yeah. Just a nice low full toss, and Root just waited for it. Didn't try and overhit.
7th over coming for Rhodes as he bowled, and here's the reverse sweep coming up, and that's going to be 4 runs away. Beats the man at
short. Someone flicks it out towards deep square, picks up a couple. Here comes the update. As well, Davis back over the wicket, of course, to the right-handed Selman. Swindle standing up to him now as Selman goes back to
He's
a
hammered away out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's first bounce. It's not first bounce, it's first sixes in the innings. It was
tosses it up, gets to it on the full Selman, but checks his drive, really pushes it out to long off, and there's no run. But when his opening part went on,
and he's gone through, and that's his 100. Ball coming over the boundary now, and that is Nick Selman. To him now, and cuts fiercely backward of point, and will get his 50. So 50 to Billy Root. Takes it up to long on, and that is Nick Selman's century. A very composed 100 from the Glamorgan opener. 100
in and down the wicket and hit for 6. Selman advanced down the wicket and lofts it high over the is in. Bowls to Root, short hit in the air over wide, extra cover, 1 bounce for 4. Well, this is long hop that is cut away by Root from outside off stump, top edge rather, and it's going to run down to third man for 4. Could he? Is in. Bowls looking for the reverse sweep, appeal for leg before, and he's got his man. Billy Root went for the reverse sweep.
Earlier, and here's Griffiths to bowl to Wheel. The Wheel has hit that hard and high in the air. There's a chance of a catch. It'll be difficult. Round the wicket, bowls, and that's been struck. And
super shot, yeah.
Goes over extra cover for 6. Lofted
legs in he goes and bowls around the wicket, driven beautifully for 4. Lovely shot from Selman. Selman, a lovely little paddle sweep around the corner of the full toss down to the very finest of fine legs for 4.
And bowls in. Oh, and he's middle that, and that's going to be caught, and is caught. A deep mid wicket, along. It had been 6 crossed.
Ooh.
And he's hit to 4. Not really expected. He's trying to hit it into the cricketer's pub, but it's gone down to fine leg for 4.
More as Davis goes in and bowls to someone who clips him away off his toes down to fine leg, and he's going to go for 2, and he's going to be run out by. In. Bowls, top edge, skied high, should be caught running back at short third man, and is caught. Going back, walking back, and I think it's George Rhodes out there. The ball has followed Rhodes in the field, rather, and he picks up the wicket, or Start, or at least start Leicestershire's reply to Glamorgan's score of 277 for 8 at 3:30. BBC Radio Wales, BBC Radio Leicester. Eddie Bevan and Richard Ray, your commentators for the game. It looks horribly grey out there, Eddie, at the moment, and the forecast is a little bit grim, but at the moment it's dry.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned that the covers are half off, but having said that, here they come back down to the boundary. The umpires, Messrs Baldwin and Cook. Cook is obviously talking to the opposition as they walk out behind him. And I haven't seen any reduction as the DSL will come into it. That will, I am sure, eventually, because we've heard conflicting weather reports, Richard, and you're the expert. You say if it's coming from the southwest and it's not, and the south. Anyway, well, I'm not going to into that.
And the newsreader rather corrected me, didn't I, when I said fingers crossed it was going to be dry, saying that it was due to sweep in from the west, and yet the clouds are kind of going still
Southeast.
From east to west, aren't they, a little bit? So who knows? All that we know at the moment is that Leicestershire need 278 at a run rate of 5.6 to win the game. Glamorgan, obviously, to restrict Leicestershire from not getting that or bowling them out beforehand. The feeling is that if we do start to lose overs, Leicestershire might be in a decent position if they can get ahead on Duckworth Lewis Stern, which has been pointed out to me during the interval. It is not a reference to John Stern, the esteemed editor of Wisden, but to an American mathematician called Stern. I forgot his first name. Was it not Lawrence?
No idea.
Something anyway, but not the editor of Wisden. Should be the editor of Wisden, but it isn't. It's a mathematician. But Michael Hogan, we can expect a wicket in the first over then, Eddie, basically.
I just said that the last 3 games he's played, he's taken a wicket with his... When the last game, Stone, was first ball of the innings. Last 3 games, he's taken a wicket in his first over.
Well, you have the pavilion end then.
He'll be bowling from this end and comes in to bowl the first ball of the innings, which is defended.
Rishi Patel and Harry Swindles are the openers.
2 very good batsmen. Patel having scored 100 the other day against Warwickshire, I think.
Yes, his maiden senior century in any form of cricket.
Yeah, and we'll discuss DSL and all this business in just a moment. But how do you play? Richard and I have been talking about this during the lunch interval. There are all sorts of things to take into account.
Now, we have had a reduction in overs.
I was just looking now, as in comes Hogan and bowls again, and that's forced away in the back foot. In 40 seconds or so, it will be Richard Ray to give a news report into BBC Leicester.
So the target is actually 257 from 43 overs. So we've lost 7 overs. 257 from 43. And I would imagine that on that basis, the first power play will be just 9 overs. It is. Hogan is in to Patel, who is forward, pushing the ball out into the offside. Duckworth Lewis Stern already showing 2. Fox is yet to score. 6 runs and over. Eddie has worked out with his brain and his fingers and his toes. 6 runs and over. 6.1 according to the board now, actually, which is just show it on there. Hogan is in, bowls outside off stump. Here comes the BBC Radio Leicester update. We are back out there, I'm pleased to say, Adi. We did have a little bit of a delay between innings. Now, Glamorgan scored 277 for 8 off their 50 overs, but because we've had a little bit of rain down here, the number of overs that Leicestershire will get has been reduced by 7. So Leicestershire will get 43 overs, and of course, the target has been reduced accordingly to 257. So 6 runs and over. Fingers crossed we don't get any more rain, although I do understand it's forecast. The Foxes have to be aware of that situation, and they have to make sure that they are always ahead of the game in case the rain closes in. So at the moment they have yet to score. We've only had 5 balls of the innings. Rishi Patel has defended them all from Michael Hogan. Leicestershire then needing 257 to win are 0-0. Back with you online. Michael Hogan, just 1 ball to go. So I'll finish this over then, Eddie, and then you can have a nice full over from the Bennett end. Hogan kicking up his heels is in and bowling. That's a decent shout for leg before. Has he got his first wicket in the first over? Not this time. It did look a touch high, it's got to be said. But a wonderful maiden over from Michael Hogan. He must have thought for a moment he had his 4th wicket in the first over in these 4th consecutive game.
Yes, and everybody went up sensing that, of course, but it is an over that was spot on, as you would expect from Hogan. So 1 over gone, a maiden there, and it will be presumably in the far distance. Lucas Carey. And Carey bowled extremely well against Surrey on Tuesday. He ended up with a 2 for 28 from his 10 overs, and easily his best performance, because he hasn't been in the first team this season. And the umpires are talking, which we never like to see, especially when there's rain about.
It's raining hard again now, isn't it?
It's raining, and I think they'll be coming. Are they coming off or not?
He's waving at the ground staff, so yes, they are.
Well, what a great disappointment after just 1 over, and we need to be out there, we believe, Richard, for at least 10 overs.
We think so, although the reduction in overs might mean it's just 9, but we will see. But anyway, whatever happens, there's going to be another delay, and how long that delay? We're going to be losing overs straight away, though, aren't we? Having started to lose them already.
Yeah, and here come the covers. Unfortunately, just that 1 over, and a great shame, because this could be a very interesting and exciting encounter. Glamorgan, of course, would like to consolidate it by winning, remain on top of the table, and Leicestershire would be a feather in their cap if they can win this game, because they are down at the bottom, but having lost so many players to injury and losing other players to the franchise games.
It is not.
It's
pelting
not all
down.
It's just exactly what I thought.
It's, and the players are kind of wandering off, looking backwards a little bit, and 1 or 2 have got their hands out as they're saying, there's a few mustachios out there, actually, aren't there? I see some of the Glamorgan players have become facially hirsute over the last year or 2, but they don't think it's bad enough to come off, or some of them don't anyway.
Well, I've seen it played in worse than this, haven't you?
Yeah, but I'm a little bit surprised that they have come off when it's, if they're going to come off in this, then it's going to be quite hard to get back out there, potentially.
Exactly. Both sides desperately want to play, which again is a disappointment. So we are off for the moment. Nick
Cook walking backwards, sort of looking at where he thinks where the weather is coming from.
You'd like to shout out there and say, get on with it, Cookie.
No.
He'd be up here.
He'd be up here like he absolutely would. Having said that, he might take 1 look at the steps and think maybe not, but I don't think I'd be able to get back down, put it that way.
Well, not a great sight, because the sheets are coming on now at behind the bowlers, where the bowlers land, and we shall just have to wait.
Yep, and we will keep you informed, obviously, but well, you've just made a cup of tea or had your lunch, I would imagine. We're hoping this won't be too long, because, as I say, it's not raining particularly
lightish. So sorry to bring you that news, and let's hope we can bring you some action. And the best thing for us is just let you know that the total needed by Leicester it will be adjusted if they play again, 257 and 43 overs, which is 6 and over. 7 overs have been lost. Just let's keep our fingers crossed, Richard Ray.
Yeah, and we'll keep you informed, and hopefully we'll be back with you from the Uptonsteel County Ground before so very long. But just for now, go on, Eddie, you got some.
Well, they've
kind of stopped. They're not putting the covers over the run-ups, because it's hang on.
Yeah, we've try and give you the very, very up-to-date. Umpires have gone in, the players have gone in, and who's that?
No, they are pulling out the. Yeah, they they're the things that they put underneath the sheet covers just to make sure that there is no leakage, so to speak. It just raises them at the edges, so they're going out, which suggests that they feel.
Well, they have the radar.
It's going to get harder, and indeed the sheet covers are now going out over the run-ups.
I find it a bit odd because there's no rain coming in here on our windows, and
you can just feel it in the. Actually, you can feel it in the air. You can feel it in the air, but
a bit presumptuous. What do you think?
And you can see it in the trees. If you look over there, it's not hard, but it's just about hard enough.
I think if it was this was the 49th over or the 46th, 20 to win, and it was raining quite hard, they'd stay out there. But of course, it's the start of the innings. And
the Gillette Cup of 1967 would still be being played. Put it that way.
Exactly.
If you remember that.
Was it 67 or 69?
Was it the one that was played in
the dark?
But yes, basically.
The 9 o'clock views.
David Hughes of Lancashire, I think it was. Was it 69?
Jackie Bond, a wonderful catch over his head.
So we'll keep you informed, but we will. Yeah, I can see the rain in the trees now, just about. So unfortunately, there will be a delay, and it will be at least 10 minutes. Fingers crossed, it will be no longer, but it will be at least 10 minutes. So short but sweet, or not so very sweet. We'll be back with you in the Uptonsteel County Ground, and keep you informed whatever's happening. You can see it now.
Yeah.
It's got harder.
And we've got the radar.
Hey ho. So a point is not a bad point for you, is it, in circumstances?
I'd rather play.
Yeah, point 7.
Good morning.
Right. Maybe they've. 257 from 43 overs. Leicestershire, they bowled pretty well against Glamorgan to restrict them for 277 for 8. There were 3 wickets for George Rhodes, 2 for Will Davis and 1 apiece for Ed Barnes and Gavin Griffiths. They would have fancied, I think, their chances of getting these runs on a pretty good pitch. Unfortunately, the weather has denied them, so it's a point apiece here at the Uptonsteel County Ground.